return to school, we're actually the second educators in your children's life because you are the first teachers. And we want to work in partnership with all of you because we can't do this work alone.
Su voz cuenta y que si nos unimos podemos lograr grandes cosas para nuestros hijos.
I love the diversity of the school district. Whether you know it or not, this district speaks 83 different languages.
To know that the administrative offices, they have my back. Not only my back, but they have my child's back.
Every child, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of income, regardless of need, every child deserves to have their needs met.
No one person can do it alone. The teachers can't do it alone. Administration cannot do it alone. It's going to take the parents, the community.
I'm very thankful for the partnerships that we have with our communities in both cities that represent our school district. We always ask the question, how can we even do this better? And I think that's where community schools come in because that takes us to the next level.
All right, welcome to the June 6, 2024 regular Board of Education meeting. Time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. Moves us to section A, call to order and roll call. Superintendent, will you call roll?
Yes, Mr. Clark.
Here.
Ms. Larrett.
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Hooley.
Here.
All are here.
Thank you. And that moves us on to item B, announcement of items to be discussed in closed session. In a few minutes, we'll be heading to closed session where we will discuss any of the following matters. Student matters with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to section 48916 of the Education Code. Employer-employee relations, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. One potential matter, conference with real property negotiators, and personnel matters. And if there's any in-person comments for anything we'll be discussing in closed, we take those now. I see nothing in person. There's nothing online. With that being said, we are closed. We'll be moving to closed session back at 6 p.m.
Okay, we're back in open session. Forgive me, guys, it's my first time, so be kind to me. So we're gonna start tonight with our land acknowledgement. We're gonna start with our student board members.
Thank you. As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Nisenan and Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn.
We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nisenan ancestral tribes, the Esto, Nautilus, and Nisim Pawanan to the north.
And the Miwok ancestral tribes, the Amakume, Consumne, Hopumne, and Mokulumne to the south along the Great Sacramento River systems since time immemorial.
We understand that this land upon which our institutions are built was once flourishing with natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous communities. We acknowledge the injustices of colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today.
In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting, respecting, and honoring their culture, traditions, and lifeways.
We pledge to work together for the evolving vision of the Miwok and Nisenan, especially all future generations.
Thank you. And then if you could rise to join me with the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Folsom Cordova Unified District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 3 p.m. today to the board have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter in a two-way discussion on any matter not in the agenda. Superintendent, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mellitor?
Here.
Mr. Merrill?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Ms. Larrett?
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
And Mr. Hui. And please note for the record, Mr. Hui is absent for open session.
Okay, can someone move to adopt the agenda?
I move.
Okay, we'll take a vote and then I'll report out a closed session.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Okay, Mr. Mellitor, that we're voting on the adopting agenda.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, reporting out of closed session, the board unanimously approved an agreement with a certificated employee in exchange for resignation effective May 28, 2024. The district shall issue to the employee 615-804 the remainder of the signing bonus in the amount of $5,000 less applicable withholdings. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to agenda item 7, which is special presentations. Tonight we have recognition of our spring sports teams and coaches.
We're very excited to be inviting our spring athletes forward, and Mr. Maroon, our Director of Athletics, is going to come forward and make those introductions. While he's coming up, I do want to thank our athletes for your commitment and dedication and managing school as well as your athletic commitments and probably other many commitments too. I want to thank our family members for their participation and support of your children, but also our student athletes and teams. And last and certainly not least, I want to thank our coaches and our athletic directors at our school sites for being a support to our student athletes. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Maroon, welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Kaligian, Vice President Jen Lorette, and members of the board and esteemed colleagues, and everybody in the audience, including our Cordova folks, our Folsom Bulldogs, and our Eagles. It's my privilege tonight to recognize, and I gotta be honest with you, I am pleasantly surprised that we have this many people show up, so which is awesome, because school ended a couple weeks ago. So I'm glad these kids are here and their parents are supporting them. I'm gonna start off with recognizing our middle school accomplishments, and spring sports is typically the largest time of number of participants for us during the course of the year. And Sutter Middle School, do I have anybody here representing Sutter? Okay. Their boys volleyball team, 7th grade boys volleyball team, won the Foothill Athletic League championship. We can give them a round of applause if you like. Their 6th grade boys and girls track and field team won the Foothill Athletic League championship. Sutter Middle School 7th grade girls track and field team won their championship. Their 8th grade boys track and field team won their league championship. And Sutter Middle School overall won the track and field championship for the Foothill Athletic League, taking home the most points with a total of 280 kids participating. You can see why. Folsom Middle School, is anybody here for Folsom? Okay. Their 8th grade boys volleyball team won for the first time their Foothill Athletic League championship in their 7 years so far, so congratulations to them. Their 8th grade girls track and field team won their league championship. And their seventh grade boys track and field team won their league championship. With that, I'd like to continue by moving on to Cordova High School. The 2023-24 softball Greater Sacramento League champions are Cordova High School Lancers. Mr. Owens, are you in the room? Come on up. You can recognize that. In addition, their girls track and field team won the Greater Sacramento League championship as well. We're going to recognize the all-league athletes and call them up. If you're here, please come on up and receive your certificate. Coaches, if you're here, please come on up and recognize your athletes as well. We're going to start off with boys golf. So Coach Botsford, come on up. You want to call them out and I'll get them.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Cody Owens. I'm an assistant principal at Cordova High School. It's a pleasure being here representing Cordova. A couple things I would like to highlight is 6 out of 7 of our spring sports made the postseason. So good job, spring sports. Are we going to wait to do Coach of the Year? Okay. We had a couple coaches of the year also, so we're really proud of them. But as Mr. Maroon said, we'll start with all league. So for boys golf, we got Nathaniel Ziles. Line up here, yeah. Just to note, all you guys are going to stay up here, and then we'll take our group picture. And then parents will be able to come up and take a picture of the group as well. Maddox Tran. All right, next up for softball. Also, softball was GSL League champs, so congratulations to them. But I think we've been GSL League champs for like years. How many? 5? 5 years in a row. So round of applause for them. But also to note, our softball coach, Kim Little, won Coach of the Year. So come on up, Kim. Congratulations. I think she also won it for basketball too, right? Yep. So back-to-back Coach of the Year. There we go. All right. First up, we have Abby Perona. Lee. Morgan Sebastian. Adriana Arana. Brielle Brookins. And that's it for softball. Good job, guys. Next up, we have baseball. We'll start with Levi Nyberg. One other thing about Levi is he was GSL Player of the Year, so give him a round of applause for that as well. This is also our head coach, Scott Alstrom. Yeah. Gage Cordova. Morgan Alstrom. Moving on to swim, we have Colin Maran. Cody Sherratt. Themi McKenzie. Van Merrill, come on up, Van. And then Joey Acevedo. For boys volleyball, unfortunately, our coach couldn't be here, but he also won GSL Coach of the Year. So give Joseph Smith a round of applause. We have Oscar Flores. And then Edwin Ramirez. For track, Coach Garcia, you're here, I believe. Yeah, come on up. Girls track won GSL League champs as well, so give our girls track team a round of applause. All right, first up is Makai Stewart. Justice Ramirez. Date Pongyan. Demaje Moses. Elijah Fulham. Justice Johnson Patterson. Kaylee Mitchell. Lori Garcia. Nyla Sutton. Leslie Rojas. Sofia Carceres. Amelia Nunn. Ashika Divi. Stephanie Santana. All right, so we'll do our board picture now. So we will get you guys to step back over here against, right? Yeah.
Squeeze them in there.
Stay up here or stay up here?
We missed. And just add them on that call. Call them up. Come on, Marco. Come on. Yeah, Angel. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't get your information, so that's my fault. I apologize. You want to write down and tell me this. Down for me. I will get you guys your certificates. I'll send it to the high school.
I graduated.
Well, I'll mail it to you then.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, so we missed two. Our apologies. Juliet Catino. And then Janaya Allison. Track and field.
All right. Out of your way soon. Okay. Oh my goodness, Code.
Squeeze
Yep,
in.
This way, Mr. Owens. Yep, squeeze in a little bit more. Thank you very much. Okay, up here, everybody say smile. And then I promised your parents you wouldn't move. So you're gonna have to stay right there. Parents, go ahead. Come up and take your picture.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Don't be shy. Go up closer. It's a big deal to be a student athlete.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all smile like you want $1 million bucks.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Cordova High School. So I do have to apologize. Juliet corrected me. They were on the 4x4 relays and they were left off their name. So I do apologize for that, but we'll get it taken care of. Next up, I'm going to ask our athletic director from Folsom High School, Lisa Finley, to come up and join me, please. So this year, Folsom High's boys varsity volleyball team won the Sierra Foothill Athletic League, and also participated in the Sac Joaquin Division I finalist, and that's the first time they've won their league since they joined the SFL. So congratulations to the boys volleyball.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna read off their names. We're gonna go right. We're gonna recognize all the all league winners from the Sierra Foothill.
Okay, and again, congratulations, athletes, parents. Thank you for getting them everywhere they needed to go and beyond, the support you give. And coaches, you're awesome. Good job. All right, so we'll go baseball, Jacob Clapper. Yeah, and then Luke Kaiser, baseball. Colin Gallagher, baseball. I'm not sure. Then our divers, Neil Chandra and Mimi Port, and she went all the way. She was a state qualifier and did fantastic. Didn't win, but she did fantastic. So good job, Mimi Port. Okay, I know we got one of our golfers here. Mason Fears, boys golf. And Akira Ramsey. I don't think he's here, right? And then Coach Paul Danzig. Good job. And we have two co-coaches also, Mike McBride, and he's not here, I don't think. Okay, and they made it all the way to Masters, Paul, I believe. And then girls lacrosse, Sienna Kaznek. And I'm Allison Overmeyer, Maya Reddy, Elle Atwood, Kaylin Ching, and, oh, there she is, good. And Gabrielle Gibson, and one of our co-coach, Corey Kaznick, and the other one is Jamie Fox. He's not here tonight. Thank you, Coach. All right, girls softball, Cece Geyer. And Regan Mercado, Shay Sakay, Liliana Dianda, Aaliyah Dugars, and Sophie Green. And I don't think their coach, Sheena Jackson, is here. And they made it into playoffs. 7 of our 10 teams made it to playoffs. Some made it very deep. Okay, stunt cheer, Caitlin Tengan, Hannah Verweyen, Avi Mahayan,
Swimming.
Oh, sorry. Oh, oops, I switched to swim. I'm sorry. Okay, and the coach for stunt was Victoria Wilmer, so thank you. All right, and then swim. Okay, Avi Mahayan and Drew Dillard, Owen Jones, Trey Young, and Maggie Clemens. And our coach for that is Kristen Stravers. All right, boys tennis, we had Spencer Hamilton. And let's see, and the head coach was a new coach for us, Caden Silva. And then track and, okay, Steve Kinishida is our track and field head coach. Good job. Yeah, and he does have a lot of coaches here too. Tracy Kinishida, Andrew Burrich, Tovi Abello. Did I get everybody? Okay, there's more, but it's awesome. It's having such a great showing from track and field. Good job, everybody. Okay, and the athletes are Andrew Abello, and he's part of the 4x400 that won the divisionals, section divisionals, placed second in the Masters, and competed at the state championships. With him also was Ian Anglin. Ian also was was a divisionals one, and I know he did masters, 400 meter, and both the 400, the divisionals and the masters, and then also competed on the 4x400 and the 400 at the state championships, both those. Good job. Okay, and one of our scholar athletes too, going on to college athletes. Let's see, Srivatsan Babu, track and field, not here? Okay, and let's see, and then Ronan Gallagher, she's our thrower. Oh, I thought she would be here. Okay, yeah, she did fantastic shot put and discus and made it all the way to masters and did awesome. Okay, and one more of the 4x400 runners, Carter Jackson. And he's also football, so I know his dad's here, his parents are here, yeah. And then one of our sprinters, Morgan Buell. She's here. And Ricky Murray. Okay. And then boys volleyball, and I don't think he's here. Jack DeGraff also won he was the MVP of the SFL League for boys volleyball. Parker Dyson. Diego Chavez. Neil Chintaluri. And Stephen Stratton. And they were coached by our new coach also, a different new coach, Zishan Sevilla Ahmad. Thank you. Good job, everybody. Thanks, Peter.
Where's Angela? Right behind you guys. Okay, we're gonna ask you guys to kind of step back and we'll take a picture. And parents, if you give us a chance, we'll let you guys go after that. And then,
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, it has something to do with this. Okay, let's see. Can I get this side over here to move in just a little bit, please? Yep, no, a little bit more, Yep. And same thing, you're gonna stay so that your families can get pictures, right? So look here. Hey, don't move, families, if you wanna take pictures.
thank you, Folsom High School. We have a representative from Vista del Lago. Let me read off all their names. So Vista del Lago, first of all, their baseball team won the Capital Athletic League Championship. Their boys team won the Capital Athletic League Championship, the CIF Sac Joaquin Division III Section Championship. Their varsity boys lacrosse team, probably one of the best seasons they've ever had. They've won the Delta League Championship and the CIF Sac Joaquin Division I Section Championship. That's a first for the school. Vista del Lago's tennis team won the Capital Athletic League Championship. And their varsity track and field team won the Capital Athletic League Championship. In addition to that, there's 43 other student athletes that were recognized. Most notable, I would say, is probably their baseball pitcher, Brian Kusurek, who was also the pitcher of the year for the Capital Athletic League. With that, if you'd indulge me, I'd like to give you a little spring review, or I should say annual review. Of the 3,000 students that we have participating in athletic, 3,994. Total students in secondary is 11,087. We had 250 student athletes recognized this year for a variety of accolades, including MVP, All-League, All-Metro, Players of the Year, and Athletes of the Year. In addition to that, Ms. Finley was recognized as the Athletic Director of the Year for the Sac Joaquin section. We had a total of 23 league championships, 4 section championships, and 1 state championship. That's not to mention how many others that we had that participated in those accolades. Although the accolades showcase our student athletes' accomplishments, we should not forget the thousands of memories that have been made at practice, on trips, at games, and the success of our student athletes that have made in the classrooms. Academics is what drives our students. Athletics is what helps them focus. Athletics in our schools serves as a powerful extension of the educational experience. They teach students the value of discipline, teamwork, and perseverance. On the field, students learn to set goals, work hard to achieve them, and bounce back from setbacks. These experiences build their resilience and their grit, the qualities that are essential for the success both in and outside the classroom. Moreover, sports provides a unique platform for fostering school spirit and community engagement. When our students don their school colors and compete, they represent not only themselves, but their peers, teachers, and the entire FCUSD community. The sense of belonging and pride is invaluable, creating bond that unite us all. Educational-based athletic plays a critical role in the promoting of physical health, well-being. In an age where sedentary lifestyles are increasingly common, sports encourages our students to stay active and adopt healthy habits. Physical fitness is not just about strength and endurance, it is also closely linked to mental health, improving mood, focus, and academic performance. In FCUSD, we are committed to ensuring that every student has the opportunity to participate in athletics, regardless of their background or abilities. Inclusivity in sports teaches our students the importance of diversity, respect, and empathy. It allows every student to shine in their own unique way and to support one another in their own individual journeys. Dr. Kaligian, thank you on behalf of all the FCUSD athletics for believing in our athletic programs. School board members, thank you for always supporting and empowering our education-based athletic programs. Thank you.
Congratulations to our spring sport athletes, and thank you to Mr. Maroon for all the work that he does on a daily basis for our athletes. Appreciate all that. So we will move on to item 8, as we have no staff presentation, and that is public comment. And this will be the time where we have public comment for any item not on the agenda. So each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes. So we'll start with, looks like Omar Altman. Welcome.
Hello, I hope you're doing well. My name is Omar Al-Tamimi. I am the Senior Policy and Advocacy Coordinator for CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, here in the Sacramento Valley region. I came here today to discuss an issue that surfaced recently at one of our schools in Vista del Lago High School. A student who, her name is Habiba, wrote an article in the yearbook, and the school kind of disavowed that article afterwards in an email. But not after the student was published on a website publicly. People started, reaching out via social media, harassing her in some ways. And our issue revolves around the doxing of this student whose research and whose article was published in the yearbook. While the research was factually consistent and aimed to highlight the ongoing suffering in Gaza and genocide in Gaza, unfortunately it led to severe backlash from the school itself and what we feel was from the principal's email itself. After a campaign from parents to kind of put pressure on the principal, we know that Vista del Lago has been supportive of this exact same group of students in the past. The yearbook article actually went through an entire process to be approved. And it wasn't until after the backlash came in that this disavowal started to happen. It's crucial that our institutions, especially our schools, support our young students, reaffirm their dedication, not just in words, but through concrete actions, to extending a formal apology to the student, condemning the harassment in clear terms. And I think that's where the large issue was in this email, we recognized, the school recognized that people felt harmed due to the nature and content of the article itself, but had nothing to say, and there was never ever a public condemnation of sorts of the targeting of this individual student. She was published on a site that had 300,000 followers on it. The site is known for encouraging people to dox and reach out to these individuals. Her name was highlighted, the article was highlighted as well. And so for that reason, again, we recognize the school's past efforts in supporting these students. We just like to see it re-encouraged and re-instilled, especially for this student now. She has, at the time, she was a minor. Now she's an adult. Her birthday was recent. But she graduated, and I think as one of the final moments leading up to her graduation, this spoiled her educational experience. I'll end there. Thank you all, and have a good one.
Thank you. Next up is Luna Lund, followed by Sarah Straney.
Hello, I grew up in Folsom and graduated from Vista del Lago High School almost 10 years ago. I am here today because I want to express support for the people whose free speech is being revoked, this student who spoke truth to the current genocide in Palestine in her essay in the yearbook, and my former teacher who supported the publishing of her article. In my high school English classes at Vista, every year there was at least one book or story or film talking about the dangers of censorship. We read Fahrenheit 451, a dystopian novel about book burning that feels all too real today, as we see Israeli occupying forces photographing themselves in front of burning libraries. We read 1948, a novel about a fascist government surveilling people's every move and thought, which once again feels like the reality of the police state we live in. We read and learned about the Holocaust and the horrors of genocide so that we can never have it happen again, and yet today there are at least 8 genocides around the world that the US is actively participating in or complicit in. This includes the ongoing genocide of Palestinians by Israel, directly supported by our US government and funded by our tax dollars. In my education at Vista, I had teachers who taught me how to critically think, how to empathize with other people's perspectives, and how important it is to speak up against injustice. I was taught that we cannot allow censorship by corrupt institutions to stop us from standing up for what is right. So how then can you allow the censorship of a student's work, which was rightfully approved by the yearbook teacher? Do not punish this teacher for fulfilling his role in upholding free speech. Do not punish the student for speaking her truth and speaking out against genocide in Palestine. Do everything in your power to protect the student, her family, and this teacher from the hell other parents and strangers on the internet are hurling at them. Protect your students, protect free speech, and genocide-free Palestine.
Thank you. Next up, Sarah Straney, followed by Haroon Rashid.
Hello, my name is Sarah Strang. I'm a community member of the area. I'd like to address the board on the matter of a Vista del Lago student who was doxxed and harassed for a piece they compiled about Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. I think it's disgraceful that a student was put in harm's way and in danger for shedding light on a truth that not only harassed by a student, but by a parent and an adult of the community. I'd like to ask the board on how you plan to protect students that are bravely standing for what they believe in. So I'm here to show my support for these students standing in solidarity with Palestine, particularly the tragedy in Gaza. Thank you for your time, and free Palestine.
Hi, my name is Harun Rashid. I live in Folsom. I'm a community member. Today I'm here because in defense of a freedom of speech and expression, stand against the decision by Vista High School to make comments to a published article in the yearbook by a student because of offense taken by a few. High school yearbook is meant to be a reflection of experiences, voices, and memories of the student body. It's a testament to diversity and richness of the school community. It's not meant to be censored or altered to appear sensitivities of a few. The actions of the school to offer refund for a yearbook undermine the very principles of our institution they are supposed to uphold. We teach our kids to think critically, to express themselves, and to engage in open dialogue. But how can we expect them to do so if we stifle their voices when they dare to speak out? Freedom of speech is not just a right, it is a cornerstone of our way of life. When we censor one voice, when we censor them all. We urge the FCUSD school board to intervene and make some amendments or send a strong message so that values of this freedom and the democracy is upheld. Let the yearbook stand as a testament to those values. Let it be a celebration of diversity. Let it be a reminder that at a time of adversity when we are going through, our voices, in this case, the voice of a high school student, will not be silenced. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like up next we have Annie Flores Montero, followed by Meg Mark.
I would like to make a motion to extend this next student speaker's time up here to 7 minutes. They reached out to me personally, and I just wanted to make a motion to extend the time to 7 minutes.
I'll second.
Mr. Mellinger?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed? No. Okay, motion carries.
Hello, I am a student, and I'm here to talk about Habiba Darwish, who's a student at Vista del Lago. She wrote about the current genocide in Gaza in the yearbook, and due to backlash, she was censored. I am speaking today because censorship is something that is often discussed in our classes. It is part of our learning and woven into our lives. We read dystopian novels about brave characters and people who dare to challenge the authorities that censor them, and we are told that we should follow in their footsteps. Our freedom of speech is emphasized. I find it hypocritical of Vista del Lago and all other high schools in the district to have these teachings in this curriculum and their curriculum, and yet turn around and allow the same thing to happen to one of their students under the claim that it is a partial perspective on a highly complex issue. I understand that the history we have been taught makes it complex to us, that it makes it seem like it is something no one can truly understand or solve. It is complex because in our eyes, Israel is a safe haven for Jewish people, a beacon of democracy in the Middle East, and Palestinians are the invaders. For this reason, October 7th is viewed as an attack on Jewish people, and anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Zionists wonder why the student ignored the October 7 Hamas massacre and paints Israel's defense as a wage of war against Palestinians. But if October 7 is truly to be discussed, we must discuss the days and years before that, what life was and continues to be like for Palestinians. We must discuss Israel's continuous violation of international law. June 1967, when Israel imposed a military occupation over the West Bank and East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip, and how Israel immediately began constructing settlements and transferring Israeli citizens to live there, which the United Nations declared as a clear violation of international humanitarian law. It was also listed as a war crime under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. The year 2016, in which the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2334 restated these conclusions and has since restated the demand that Israel immediately and entirely cease all settlement activities in the occupied Palestinian territory, which Israel did not do. The Oslo Interim Agreement of 1995, never fully implementing the withdrawal from occupied land, therefore never completing the peace agreement. We must discuss the land, air, and sea blockades imposed in the year 2007 by Israel on Gaza, which have made the quality of life very low by intensifying previous restrictions of limiting the number of goods allowed in and out through Israeli-controlled crossings. Israel controls Gaza's food, water, and electricity. As stated by the Norwegian Refugee Council, 70% of the Palestinians in Gaza are considered refugees. Half of Gaza children are traumatized by war. Schools are overcrowded. Food insecurity is high. Over 80% of the population needs humanitarian aid. 98% of the groundwater is undrinkable, and electricity is so scarce that on some days, residents of Gaza get power for less than 4 hours. And according to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, patients must request to leave Gaza for specialized treatment, but only 64% are approved. Patients have died while waiting for a response. We must discuss the administrative detentions. Palestinians are at a constant risk of getting arrested and being put into Israeli prisons, and even if they have not broken any laws, they are subject to administrative detention and held without trial. It is used as a preventative measure. Prisoners can be held with no clear time limit and without any legal proceedings. According to the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics, as of December 2020, 4,400 Palestinians were in Israeli prisons. 40 were women, 170 were minors, some as young as 12 and 13. 380 were held in administrative detention. Israel fails to ensure that the conditions under which Palestinians are detained or imprisoned meet minimum standards. In January 2006, a United Nations Special Rapporteur reported that prison conditions are harsh. Prisoners live in overcrowded and poorly ventilated cells, which they generally leave for only 2 hours a day. Allegations of torture and inhumane treatment of detainees and prisoners continue. Such treatment includes beatings, shackling in painful positions, kicking, prolonged blindfolding, denial of access to medical care, exposure to extreme temperatures, and inadequate provision of food and water. We could discuss Hamas and their rockets and guns, but how can rockets and guns compare to bombs and the unlawful use of white phosphorus, which sticks to skin and clothing, causing severe burns upon contact and is harmful to humans by all routes of exposure? How can rockets and guns compare to forced starvation? How can rockets and guns justify the destruction of hospitals and schools? Do rockets and guns justify the footage and photographs of demolished hospitals, schools, homes, ice cream trucks being used to store dead bodies because morgues are full, people carrying what remains of their loved ones in small plastic bags that I and many others in this room have seen coming out of Gaza? I have described only a third of what I have been a witness to for the sake of time. We could discuss the hostages, but in order to do that, Netanyahu's persistent rejection of ceasefire agreements that could bring the hostages back to their families, despite the enormous support of those families who wish to get their family members back, must be mentioned. This is the beacon of democracy in the Middle East. Not knowing this history and information, is it really that complex of an issue? And you see why a student would feel the need to mention something like this in the yearbook. Furthermore, being anti-Zionist and opposing Israel's existence and actions does not equate to being anti-Semitic. In Zionism, it is a fundamental belief that Jewish people cannot be safe without an ethnic state, that this safety must be maintained with military bases, annexation walls, blockades, bombs, and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, and that anyone who is opposed to this simply hates Jewish people entirely. Censorship and pandering to these Zionist views harms not only the student body and the district as a whole, but it goes farther than that. I am not Jewish myself. I will not speak on that behalf. So I will quote Jewish Voice for Peace, a Jewish activist group. Zionism suggests that Jews require a supremacist nation state to answer the real question of Jewish safety. We believe that everywhere in the world, Jews belong and should be safe. Real safety does not grow from guns, checkpoints, walls, and a police state. True safety is built through forging real solidarity with all those fighting for a more liberated world. Why is it dangerous to confuse anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism? At a time when white nationalists take advantage of this moment to sow confusion and promote anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and racism, misstating what anti-Semitism is harms all our work for justice and endangers our communities. The Israeli government, US government, and anti-Palestinian organization run campaigns to redefine the meaning of They do this so that the Israeli government can avoid accountability for its policies and actions that violate Palestinian human rights. Warmongers try to make it hard, but it's actually really clear and simple. Fighting for Palestinian freedom and against anti-Semitism are intertwined. Habiba is under her full right to speak about the genocide of Palestinians. If the Vista del Lago administrative team truly strives for Vista to be a safe, welcoming, and inclusive place for all students and families, that must include Palestinians. You cannot preach safety and inclusivity when you have silenced those who have made greater efforts for it. I urge the district to make amends.
Next up is Meg Murr, followed by Jessa Rigo.
Maybe you'll forgive me for going slightly over, since I'm the only person here with any pushback against what is happening in this meeting tonight. Today, a few hours ago, I was made aware of social media posts urging people to come to this meeting over alleged doxing and loss of free speech rights over an opinion essay published in the Vista yearbook as fact. The essay contained charged anti-Semitic language, and it contains several false claims. The first sentence is all the example I need. Quote, since October 8th, 2023, over 24,000 Palestinian civilians in Gaza have been killed as a result of bombings from Israel and the United States, unquote. What is missing entirely from the essay is the acknowledgement that the day before October 8th, Hamas, the terrorist government of Gaza, invaded Israel using Palestinian Hamas terrorists in a wholly unprovoked terror raid where they raped, murdered, and took captive hundreds of civilians and military personnel in what was a startling uptick in the violence Hamas terrorists have committed against Israel since Hamas took power over Gaza. What is also missing is any acknowledgement that the war that has followed is a direct result of this terrorist attack. The current war. The essay claimed that in waging this war against Hamas, a terrorist organization infamous for its use of civilians as human shields, Israel is attempting to commit genocide. I'm ashamed of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District community for lending credence to this false charge. The student voluntarily wrote and signed their name to this essay that was ill-advisedly published in a yearbook, a public document anyone may purchase or otherwise view and share the contents therein. I don't know who shared it, by the way. Consequently, when that article was shared on social media, the name of the author was present. That alone is not doxing. This harmful opinion essay that was inaccurate and was published in a yearbook meant to be celebratory document for all students in a section reserved for straight news items. But the student who wrote the essay is not to blame. The blame belongs to the teachers and administrators who thought it was a good idea to publish an opinion article on such a volatile subject rather than a carefully vetted straight news story. It is my understanding that an apology and an offer of a sticker to cover the essay has been sent out to the community, to the Vista community. It would have been nice to also have some fact corrections as well. But this should have been an end to this sorry chapter. After all, offering people a sticker to cover something in a book they own is not a violation of free speech. Unfortunately, there is a continued push to claim that this student's rights were somehow violated and to continue to blame the victims of this screed who dared to complain for the results. It sounds familiar because everybody always blames the Jews. This situation, sadly, is part of an ongoing issue. Friends in the Jewish community have reported to me that their children's fear around displaying or talking about their Jewishness or connections to Israel at school. We should be ashamed that our students are permitted too often unanswered behavior and rhetoric that causes our Jewish students to feel this way. We need to teach our children fact and how to separate facts so they are not getting their information from activist groups that are bent on destruction of the Israeli state, which, yes, contains most of the Jews in the world.
Next up is Jessa Rigo.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Jessa Rigo. I'm a Folsom resident. Mainly, I am just here to support the student in question, Habiba, the Folsom and Vista High School Muslim Student Association clubs, and the yearbook teacher and CARE. To amplify what Habiba is saying, the school did not even attempt to protect her from doxing and harassment. And even if people don't like the truth in her essay, it's still the truth. My personal connection to this as a Folsom community member is that a couple months ago, I attended the Peace for Palestine event that the clubs put on. It was a professional and deeply emotionally moving event with a lot of historical, factual background presented. I could tell the students put in a lot of work. Event planning is hard during good times, and I can't even imagine the weight on their shoulders as minors during all this going on, and I could actually see the learning take place as the event was going on, and that gave me a lot of hope for the future and really, I think, shined bright for these students. You know, they are doing such a great job. They did this during this gravely absurd time where our local families have relatives who are being bombed and terrorized with our tax money and with our work product from our local businesses, Aerojet and General Dynamics. This is making us go crazy. It is a spiritual death. With my rage and despair, I've been going to a lot of events in Sacramento. You know, there's always bigger and more events there. And so it was really nice to have an event in our community to bring the community together and build community. And so, you know, a lot of people talk about students as the leaders of tomorrow, but I think truly these students are the leaders of today. I grew up in Modesto, and my high school education failed to prepare me for this. I did not learn the truth. And I have been doing nonstop self-education since this began. You know, and when I grew up in Modesto, I didn't learn about the Sykes-Picot Agreement. I didn't learn about the Balfour Declaration. I didn't learn about the Nakba. But I've learned about it all since with the help of the community and fact-checked reputable sources. So overall, I would just like to support Habiba, the MSAs, and the yearbook teacher. Thank you very much.
Next up is Earl Smith, followed by Anthony Jones.
Good evening, board. Dr. Klegian. You guys are awesome. Since I was here the last time, I mentioned about the ed code and indicating that the Folsom High School is treating a music class as if it's an extracurricular class. After I had spoken, Lorraine Pryor had spoken. Right away, her energy is something I recognize in my Black family. So I knew who she was without meeting her. And right away, I signed with her organization. We had a meeting last week with people that's involved in the situation with the jazz choir. The district's legal counsel is there who is doing the investigation regarding my uniform complaint that I filed in February, which I have not received a decision yet. I just want to let people know who are watching on YouTube, because through this, it's been 2 years. My daughter and I, we felt alone. I have dug through the ed code, the policies of the school. It's a lot to navigate on your own. So one of the things that I'm going to be asking for in the resolution, I've heard that the district wants to rebuild trust. How can a district rebuild trust with 2 years of abuse? And my child only has 2 years left. And she's still being denied. So how can that really happen? The only way I can think of is I look at Dr. Martin Luther King. People say he was peaceful. He was not peaceful. He crashed the economy in the South. People are still mad about that today. So the only thing I can think of is what I would like to happen is Ms. Pryor's organization, that every Black family in the district is known about her organization because she knows how to maneuver through this district. That would be someone that can take the hand and walk you through In that meeting, her team was incredible because they took an email that my daughter had sent to the principal with questions and pointed out how the principal was ignoring her. Maybe it's not intentional, however, it still happened and damage is created. And I saw Ms. Pryor's organization help us to the point my daughter is now starting to feel confident and not alone. I don't know if we can continue with this district because I have seen the character of the district. Why is it taking baby steps? It won't be baby steps if every time something happens, it costs money from the district to pay her team. I think change will happen pretty quick, just like Dr. Martin Luther King did by crashing the economy. Thank you.
Next up is Anthony Jones.
All right. Good evening, members of the board and the audience. Well, there's a reason why there's only one person here pushing back against justice, and I'm sure we all know why. Their opinions come from a lack of humanity, and I'm grateful to be among those who fight for truth, including the student, my Palestinian, and my Jewish comrades. My name is Anthony, and I'm here to stand in unwavering solidarity with the courageous student at this school who boldly spoke the truth about the genocide of the Palestinian people in their yearbook essay. This act of bravery should be honored, not silenced. The recent doxing of the student by Zionist extremists is a clear attempt to intimidate and suppress the truth. But understand this is not just an attack on one student or one article. This is an attack on all of us who speak out against oppression. When they target this student, they target all of us who fight for justice and liberation. As an African in America, I know firsthand the brutal reality of oppression and systemic violence. Our history is marked by slavery, segregation, and ongoing racial injustice. The struggles of our brothers and sisters in Palestine resonate deeply with us. Their fight against occupation and apartheid mirrors our fight against the pervasive racism and violence in this country. We must recognize that our struggles are interconnected. What happens to the people of Palestine happens to us. The same forces of white supremacy and capitalist exploitation that oppress Palestinians are at work right here in America, perpetuating racial injustice and inequality. The school's response, offering refunds and stickers to cover the article, is a capitulation to these oppressive forces. It is a betrayal of the principles of free speech and justice. I call on this board to take immediate decisive action. 1, publicly condemn the doxing and harassment of the student, make it unequivocally clear that this community will not tolerate fascist intimidation tactics. 2, reaffirm the school's commitment to free speech and critical discourse. Ensure that every student and teacher knows their voices will be protected when they speak out against injustice. 3, organize a community forum on Palestine and the interconnected struggles of oppressed peoples. Invite speakers who can educate on the Palestinian struggle and the fight against systemic racism and injustice in America. 4, establish robust protections for students who face harassment and threats. Provide legal support, mental health resources, and clear protocols to safeguard those targeted by doxing and intimidation. To the community, I urge you to rise up in support of the student. Email the yearbook teacher. Our solidarity is our strength. As Malcolm X said, if you're not ready to die for it, put the word freedom out of your vocabulary. We must be prepared to stand up, to speak out, and to defend the truth no matter the cost. We must reject any attempts to silence the oppressed and instead amplify their voices. Thank you for your time.
Sounds like we have online comment. Mahima, can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Good. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am a student at Vista Del Lago High School. My name is Mahiba Kandikar, and I am a rising senior. I have been involved both in Peace for Palestine, in International Night, and within the equity team, as well as Muslim Student Association. What has happened with our yearbook is completely disappointing and disgusting to us students at Vista Del Lago High School. We recognize Palestinian life as human life, and everything that has been published in the article has been cited by UNICEF, United Nations, and Time Magazine. Everything that Habiba has been written as fact, not as opinion. The reason why it starts on October 8th is, as mentioned before, if you condemn October 7th, you have to condemn everything before October 7th and everything after October 7th. The FCUSD district, as well as Vista Del Lago High School, completely refused to acknowledge the amount of Palestinian lives that have died as we emailed administration about what has currently been happening in Rafah. This is supposed to be a safe space for students, and yet it is anything but when students are being punished for speaking out about issues that are important to them and are currently ongoing. There are people dying in Palestine right now, whether they are children, whether they are students, whether they are the elderly, and that could have been any of us. The whole world has condemned October 7th, but what about before and after? This isn't a highly complex issue. This isn't something that's only one side. This isn't even a conflict. This is a genocide, and we have to clearly label it as such. We stand positively with Habiba Darwish, and we ask that students, we want discussion, we want to hear people's voices, but clearly when our students are speaking, we are being silenced and we're being told that our voices are wrong, that our voices are a partial statement, when in reality they are truth and they speak back to what is currently happening in the world. I am really disappointed and disturbed by the response, not only just from the Vista administration, but the FCUSD district. And I ask that we come out and we support students' voices and that we continue to protect our students and their rights. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to the end of public comment. We'll move on to number 9, report of district organizations, starting with our student advisory board.
Thank you. So as the school year ended, we are preparing for our SAB summer retreat for our next year's cohort of the 2024-2025 Student Advisory Board. But more importantly, our mission with kind of establishing SAB and running it is that we want to uphold the voices and backgrounds of FCUSD students across our district, regardless of their background, their school, their socioeconomic backgrounds. Every student who participates in the Student Advisory Board picks up lifelong skills of advocacy for what is morally right, humanity for those who are suffering, and compassion for others regardless of their background. These are skills that Habiba has shown bravely with her publication in the yearbook, and I would just like to say that the Student Advisory Board supports Habiba unequivocally. Thank you.
Next up, we have California School Employees Association.
Good evening, board members. I have really nothing to report tonight. I will at the June 20th meeting. Tomorrow we have a emergency chapter meeting to ratify a combination of 9 MOUs and job descriptions that will be at the June 20th meeting. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening, board, FCUSD administrators, teachers, community members, and guests. Well, it's been a year. In my first year as president of FCEA, I have learned much and more than I thought I would ever need or wanted to know. There have been many successes and challenges, but the work is only beginning. FCEA and FCUSD have more work to do. Although we have negotiated and collaborated on many initiatives and MOUs throughout the year, again, the work is not complete, and that's the point. I have just been through a 2-day training with instructional coaches, TOSAs, C&I specialists, assistant principals, district personnel, and came away with new vigor and a focus on our PLC that we are committed to do. The training was all about coaching and collaboration, 2 words that that FCEA has repeated in several meetings with not only administration, but with teachers as well. A couple of takeaways from this training. One, that teachers are an essential part of this journey, and without their input and being part of the team, no initiatives will truly be successful in longevity. I am committed to that we have a voice in this process. And secondly, the work is never over. That once a goal is achieved, we double down and do more. Hopefully, if the path is followed and committed to by all, we will look back and see growth of students and teachers as lifelong learners and student progress that was not only lasting, but significant. On a totally different subject. One of the agenda items that will be discussed tonight is specific charter, which wants to expand their offerings. And FCA is here to say no. When they applied for the charter, it was butts in the seats model. But now they want additional options. What additional options? Offering independent study to students. FCUSD already has a few models of this format: Walnutwood, Folsom Dependent Charter, and Innovations. These sites do amazing work within their unique formats that specialize in specific needs of students. Specific charter is new to their present model, and now they want to add different choices. Reason? I suggest it's monetary. The more students they have in attendance, the more money they will receive, and less money for our district. The state has a current moratorium on creating new independent study programs within charters. But in this case, specific charter found a loophole. You, the board. But you have to agree to their request. This charter was not a good idea for the district when it was granted by the past board. I hope that this current board can agree with FCEA and FCUSD staff that this would not only impede our current alternative education programs and expand charter's foothold in our community that really most did not want and do not want. Thank you. Just so you know, I'm slipping out. It's been 37 years with my wonderful husband.
Congratulations. Okay, so we have Folsom Cordova Leadership Association. No reports. Okay, District English Learner Advisory Committee.
There is no report tonight, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to agenda consent. We will be removing items C, D, E, F, G, and H, and items, I think that's it.
And I we're going to pull as well and move that to the next agenda.
And I, fantastic. All right, so can I get a motion for all other items with the exception of those?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Sorry, guys, yes. All right, motion by Ms. Lofthouse, second by Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Mellijar.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Okay, do we need to go back to item C then?
Yes, we wanted to revise the district site staffing formulas for 24-25, and we'll bring up the revision that we would like to present to the board before you take action. This item is reflecting new staffing ratios based on growth of students and needs within our schools. But I'll ask Mr. Ogden to specifically address the library clerks for elementary and what the change is that we're requesting the board approve. Mr.
So
Ogden.
on item 8, library services, the first column, elementary formula, currently that what was proposed was to put an extra hour per week for our library clerks. We're going to hold off and work with our CSEA partners on that next year. So we like everything approved, except we'd like to strike the line that says plus 1 hour per week.
Awesome. Can I get a motion for that with the one line item struck off the list?
I'll motion.
Was by Ms. Lofthouse.
Madam Vice President, point of order. I just had a question. So are we waiting for CSEA to approve the current language as it is?
What we want to do is work with our labor partners on what that extra time would be used for. We would want to perhaps direct that time towards, and we haven't negotiated this yet, so just to share what we're looking at. We think we could realize a cost savings by inventorying our classroom textbooks in elementary schools, and currently that's not on the job description of our media clerks in elementary. So we want to talk to our labor partners about, is that something we could add to the job description to realize the savings and also give them some more time per week to do that work?
So we're basically voting on something that hasn't been approved, the job description, correct?
No, we're taking that off.
Taking that.
You're
We're
gonna
not
take it
gonna-
off?
Yes.
I just don't want to like sneak in there.
No, it's something that we'll negotiate, absolutely.
Okay.
It's in the, just so you know, it is in the job description of middle school. It's not, so we
Yeah,
have 3 job
I noticed
descriptions.
that,
We have
yeah.
a elementary media clerk, we've got a middle school media clerk, and a high school media clerk. They're all 3 separate job descriptions.
Mm-hmm.
That language just is not in the elementary one, and if we want it in there, we need to negotiate that. The textbook inventory, the library inventory obviously is in their job description.
So what we're approving is everything with the exception of removing that line, which
Correct.
will go back and that will come back at a later time.
Absolutely.
Second, anybody?
I'll second.
Thanks. Second by Mr. Reed.
Mr. Mellijour?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
No.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-1. Thank you.
Right, we'll move on to agenda item 11, public hearing.
We still have some others to consider.
Are we going back to the expulsions?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
We have to
so
vote
they-
on
so
them
they
so
can
the students can abstain.
Perfect. I didn't realize, I thought we had talked about, didn't talk about it in closed session. So do we still bring it back? We're bringing it back? Great, okay. So then we've got agenda items D, E, F, G, H, and a motion for approval on those.
I'll move. No second.
Motion by Mr. Reed, second by Mr. Clark.
Okay. Mr. Mellijour?
Abstain.
Mr. Merrill?
Abstain.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui? I'm sorry. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, now we can move on to public hearing. Item
We
11.
have- And then the other item, just for the record, we're
Guys,
bringing back
rough
item
night for me,
I.
guys.
The 2024-25 curricular offerings and textbook guide will be brought back to the next meeting. There is a document that needed to be updated.
And we have an introduction.
And yes, we have an introduction. As a result of the board approving the consent agenda, one of the items they approve is a personnel action form. And on that action form, we did approve our new career technical education coordinator. One moment, please. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Shannon Spears as our new coordinator of career technical education. Ms. Spears brings a dynamic blend of leadership and expertise to our district. With 28 years of experience in various educational roles centered around CTE, including a high school agriculture CTE teacher, a vice principal, and the CTE coordinator for Woodland Joint Unified School District, her journey within education has been characterized by a passionate commitment to fostering innovation, excellence, and equity. Ms. Spears says, I am honored and excited to join the esteemed Educational Services Department here in the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. I witnessed firsthand the profound impact of CTE in equipping students with the practical skills, industry knowledge, and career readiness for success in the 21st century workforce. Please join us in welcoming Shannon Spears to FCUSD. Welcome.
I'm just to speak, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We're good for public hearing. All right. Okay, so we will move on to item 11, which is the public hearing. And our first one is the tentative budget. So I gavel into this. I'm gaveling into it. I'm gaveling out of this first meeting and I'm gaveling into the public hearing.
Thank you. And at this time, before we go into any public comments, I would like to publicly thank Sean Martin and Linda Thurlow for putting together the information for the tentative budget for 24-25. There is a presentation that Mr. Martin will be sharing this evening to share some of the highlights, and then we'll take comments.
All right. Good evening, everybody. As Dr. Kaligian shared, there is many people beyond Linda and myself that we have to give credit for, the entire fiscal team. But in honesty, it comes from meetings that start in December with our Budget Advisory Committee, in January with our sites and our departments, so principals, administrative assistants, and then all the way through the process with our budget team that makes the document you see here. Of course, the first thing I will tell you with this document is absolutely 100% wrong, in the sense that we don't know our actual enrollment, our attendance rate, or our students, along with the state budget is not completed. And so pretty much the majority of the activities related to this budget are assumptions. So, and so that is what you see here. What you are approving, or actually tonight you will only be doing public comment, and then at the next meeting we will actually approve. So this is actually the appropriate time for the board to bring up any questions or concerns or make recommendations of change. If there's consensus from the board, this would be the time to do that so that we can put that in place before adoption at the next meeting. Additionally, one of the things we do is we always share with you that this is a presentation document. The actual budget is about 200 pages thick, the SACS documents that go to the county board or county office of education, and then they approve on behalf of the state. So we want to make sure everybody understands that this information that we do here is summarization, high-level summarization for all of you. All right. Primarily, this document is going to be reflective of the general fund, which is Fund 01, which is the primary fund that a majority of the activities of the district occur in. We do have a summary slide at the end that accumulates all the other funds, but this is primarily focused on Fund 01. Okay. I spoke to this in my initial introduction, is the fact that these numbers will change. We have a lot of information in here based off of a budget assumption document that the board actually approved back in December for 24-25. And some of the biggest impacts that we can talk about on the revenue side is that we don't know our actual enrollment numbers for the year and our attendance rates. Those will vary from what we have projected. We know that to be a fact, but we think we are as close as we can with the assumptions we have and the information we have as of May. On the other side, of course, we're also waiting on the state budget, which this year, doesn't have as much impact on education. We'll talk about that near the end of the slides, but we do have serious concerns about the state budget going forward. On the other side is staffing. Staffing is over 80% of our expenditures, and so that is also in flux. And the fact that for the purposes of budget adoption and throughout the budget process, we recognize open positions. So at adopted budget, all positions that are approved, even if they do not have a person in the position, are included in the budget document. So as of May 23rd, there were 600 positions, about 350 FTE that are open positions as of that time. But I think Mr. Ogden would share that he has well over 100 FTE on the certificated side that are in some level of being in through the hiring process, and hopefully somewhere similar numbers on the classified side. So that process continues throughout the summer and then into the school year. And so those are kind of some key highlights to understand that the adopted budget has a lot of assumption information in that. Okay. We always talk about enrollment and attendance because that is where the majority of our funding comes from. Over 70% of our funding is specifically tied to the local control funding formula, which is driven off of our attendance each school year. We are projecting growth, and you guys are more than familiar with this chart at this point. The bars are enrollment, and then the line is the funded average daily attendance, right? And historically, we were well over 96%, or 95.8%, I should say, historically has been our number. And we are projecting a continued improvement in our attendance rates. If you remember the last few years, we've been in the low 92, 93 rates. This current year, we hit right around close to 95%. And so we are projecting in the out years continued ADA attendance rates increasing and also enrollment increasing. You can see that bar is jumping quite a bit for next year. We are projecting about 700 new students. The reason why we are projecting such a high number is during the course of the year, we gained a couple hundred additional students, and we have registrations in place right now with Alder Creek coming online that we believe we will hit that number for 24-25. 25-26, 26-27, we are projecting growth in those years. I think they're around 300 and some change in each year, using the information that we get from the facilities department on new home construction and then a yield factor from those homes. Some other key revenue assumptions, we are assuming a COLA of 1.07% from the governor's May revised proposal. Even if the governor does fully fund the COLA, we do have concerns about the state budget, the use of one-time dollars to fund the COLA. Not only this year's COLA or 24-25's COLA, but 23-24's COLA was actually funded with one-time money as well. The governor's proposal, he has recently made an agreement with the California Teachers Association. They started to file a potential lawsuit regarding some of the scenarios and methodologies that the governor tried to use to access Prop 98, the Prop 98 guarantee, which is a guaranteed level. And they came to an agreement there, which is a positive for school districts, but also creates an ongoing financial issue and concern as how to fund those additional costs going forward. All other revenues are adjusted for anything of known nature if we know the funding is continued. Federal revenues are always hard because the federal government's budget cycle is October, so we don't always know our award information until probably January. Ms. Cabrera can speak to that, but we are always shuffling, so we make assumptions of the prior year award amounts, moving those forward to start the year, so we've done that for those calculations. So those are some of the big key revenue assumptions. LCFF is again about 77% of our revenues. So we always show the breakdown. You see the allocation with the COLA of 1.07%. You see the base funding per ADA. So we're getting about anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000 a student. Then we have additional add-ons that bring the number closer to 11 to 13,000 depending on the grade span. Now remember, those are funded on a per ADA basis, not on enrollment. End result is as a district, we're looking at about $250 million and some change in funding. Bringing that to the next slide, what you see here is a comparison of the estimated actuals of our book closing the books for 23-24 compared to the adopted budget that we are bringing for you for review today. On the revenue side, it's broken out unrestricted, restricted, and combined. And then combined is in the green, restricted is in the blue, unrestricted is in the yellow. You can see the LCFF entitlement increasing by about $12 million. That is a combination of the COLA of 1%, the additional enrollment increase, and a corresponding attendance rate of 95.5%. So there's multiple factors there that calculate into the $12 million that you see. Other state income has a small adjustment, and then local income is adjusted downward to reflect and pull out one-time activities or other activities. One of the other pieces is we actually are receiving more local income with regards to our earned interest in our accounts, but however, we are deficit spending, so that interest is decreasing as well as the year progresses. On the restricted side, you see majority of those counts being decreasing, and that is because, again, one-time categorical funding that's coming in that will not be in the 24-25 year. For the most part, anytime we reduce categorical funding, we correspondingly reduce expenditures. So normally you do not see an impact or a contribution requirement from the unrestricted general fund for that activity. So, but overall, if you were to look on the unrestricted side, we do see additional revenues coming in, which is really helpful for us. The enrollment growth and the attendance rates are very important for us. Otherwise, we would obviously have a significantly larger deficit than what we would be projecting as we showed. And a lot of school districts in the state are having that issue. And so we anticipate in the next couple of years, because of declining enrollment, because of the COVID funding dropping off, some of those things, that a lot of school districts are going to be looking at reductions or other activities because of that. Expenditures, any questions on the revenues before I jump over Just making sure. I'm going a little fast, but I feel like everybody here has seen this document enough
Yeah,
times.
Sean,
Yeah.
quick question on
Sure.
the Equity Multiplier
Yeah.
Award. I know that's not announced, but when do we expect numbers on that?
Good question. So the biggest calculation on that we are really, we have our own method of kind of trying to calculate it, is the transit, I think there's a name for it, I'm not remembering, but the more or less the rate of which students move in and out of a school. That rate comes from a very specific formula calculation that we don't easily have access to. We have created a methodology so we believe our two elementaries, and I'm forgetting the sites at this point, potentially will maybe qualify again.
Okay.
But we are unsure of that.
So it's actually not guaranteed?
It's not until and so what we have done as a district, because of that, because the funding can be used over several years, what we did was, because this year's allocation arrived so late and we still never got all of the regulations of allowable activities, we ended up holding the funds this year's award, and we will use that award for this 24-25 year. So there is funds in there with regards to the expenditures to use the equity multiplier funds. That way we always have 1 year in arrears, because we don't want to build a budget and not have the money because the state is so late in reporting of whether we qualify. So it really makes it so that we always have the planning year, so that if a site does fall in or out, because a lot of the activities we're trying to do would be to reduce the transity or the population change rates, right? And so if we do a good enough job that we lower it and we don't hit the 25% threshold, then we may fall out, and we don't want to impact that school site. So by having always 1 year in arrear, the site will be protected from that impact. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the example of that would be probably Cordova Villa.
You know what, I forget off the top of my head which sites have, is it Villa one of the sites, Ms. Cabrera?
It's actually Cordova Meadows Elementary, Cordova Gardens, Prospect, and Kinney are our schools, and they're identified through something known as stability rates reported under DataQuest.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's always someone in the room that knows the answer. Thank you. All right, so jumping over the expenditure side. Breaking out into the main categories, you can see staff and benefits, which are objects 1 through 3,000, are at adopted budget about 88% of the budget. But remember, that assumes all open positions being budgeted. That also includes step and column increases, because remember, our salary schedules have a built-in cost increase or raise to up to majority of our employees, I should say. There are certain ranges, and when you reach the top of your step where there may not be a yearly increase. We also have a negotiated 2-year negotiated settlement with all of our bargaining groups, so that 2% salary increase that will go in effect July 1st is included in this. And then also, part of the FTE increase is related to a new school coming online. With Alder Creek coming online, we do have additional staff related to that. And there is a slight increase in the PERS rate. As you can see there, that creates some additional costs that the district has to pay. Objects 4 and 5 are books and supplies. We always base it off of budget development with our departments and past expenses and histories. So we try to identify all needs and build that in at adopted budget. And then you see capital outlay is the 6,000 objects. Those are activities that are larger purchases over $5,000 that are capital type of purchases like electric vehicles, things of that nature. And then there's some transfer activity, and that's the 7,000s. I wanted to talk about a couple expenditure areas just because of some significant changes to the costs and programs for the following year. So for 24-25, we are projecting over estimated actuals about a $9 million increase in our contribution to special education. Now realize a piece of that is in relationship to the fact of estimated actuals now are close enough to the end of the year that we've reduced all those open unfilled positions that have come and gone. And so there's a reduction there, and in the estimated budget, we assume all the positions being filled. Plus, we'll talk about some expansion of program and service as well. But because of that, that's a chunk of that $9 million just because of that change. We also had the 2% that obviously hits on the special ed side as well as the general ed side. We have you can see the new FTEs with regards to certificated and classified staff. That's a combination of both the new school openings and the new inclusion model that we are implemented as a district. We also are assuming an 8% increase in our non-public school placement. So remember, non-public school placements are for those students that we are unable to meet the needs of the student's IEP with program that we offer within the district. Some of those are some of the most high cost need students. So in a non-public school placement in a day program within the community can be somewhere between $30,000 to $60,000 a student. When we're talking about a residential placement, it can be in excess of $300,000 to $400,000. And so we are assuming an increase associated with that as well. One of the things we did share is just some information at the bottom. I know there are, we look at special education and see an increasing cost, and that is because the services and the number of students being identified continue to increase. And so you see there in 22-23, we had an increase of 245 students, 134 students in 23-24, and then another 113 in 24-25 is what is projected based off of the process of the assessments and IEPs that will be happening for students. So we see that as and overall, we do see special education becoming a larger percentage of the total student population. And so, again, our goal is to provide fair and appropriate education for all those students. That is why a team meets with the student, the parents the parents to determine that student's individual education plan, and based upon those services, we provide those services. So, all right. Some other pieces with staffing change. So as you see, 88% of the unrestricted general fund budget and 84% of the total district budget is staff. That's salaries and benefits for our staff. And we are projecting an additional 100 FTE for the 24-25 school year. And so we broke that out. Because we do need to recognize that staffing is by far the biggest portion of the budget, and we want to recognize what those activities were related to. And so you see it broken out by pretty much kind of trying to identify the major categories. We had special education. The new school site, Alder Creek, is 40 FTE. And then categorical funded programs. Some of that is equity multiplier, supplemental funds, some of those activities. That could be title programs. And then equity and supplemental is actually separate. That is the 20 FTE, I should say. Categoricals would have been ELOP, Title I, some of those programs would be the categorical funding. And then you see adjustments on the general fund side as well. Just so you know, the new school column, the general fund column, and really the special education column are all unrestricted general fund. When we're talking about where the costs are, making sure everybody understands that those are costs that are coming from that unrestricted side. The special education is a restricted program, but because there is a significant shortfall there, any increase in costs related to special education really come from the unrestricted side. So just so everybody understands. Questions on that? This is a new slide. Just we identified the significant staffing increase, and we wanted to speak to it. So expenditures, lots of small font here. We apologize, but we were trying to give you guys all the information in one area. And really, what you see here is unrestricted again in the yellow, blue is restricted, and then combined is in the green. On the unrestricted side, you do see that our expenditures are increasing in all the main categories: certificated classified employee benefits, books and supplies, contracted services. You do see capital outlay and other transfers out decreasing, and those are because we had identified special one-time projects with some of those dollars, and some of that it decreased. On the restricted side, certificated salaries is going up, classified salaries and benefits. I know certificated salaries looks low going up compared to the other positions, and that's partially because last year for 23, or this year, 23-24, we had a one-time payment that we paid to the employees, and that was actually paid from a categorical funded source, a restricted funded source that we paid for all employees. And so it more or less reduced the number that the certificated salaries increased there. So it's kind of a net for you there. And I believe it's actually, the note is in there that it would have about $3 million more in certificated salary costs there if you didn't have that netting of one-time activity, which I'm probably boring everybody because it's an accounting conversation. So, but when you bring everything together, you do see expenditures increasing. by about $18 million. Now, that's restricted and unrestricted, but the thing we have to recognize is the restricted side also includes special education. And then when that expenditure goes up, it increases the contribution we have to do from the unrestricted side. So I know that we like to provide this at adopted budget, kind of where we're doing with services, because that is one of the larger non-staffing areas. And you can see there the majority of it is about almost 60% is other services and operating expenses. Utilities is about 20%. And so that's the other big ticket item. You can see 10% for copiers, print shop, elevator maintenance, HVAC, all that kind of stuff. And then insurance, that is one item I would like to speak to. I know I've jumped on a soapbox a couple of times with regards to insurance, but that is becoming a larger and larger dollar amount, and it is going to be an ongoing issue for us as a school district. We've talked before about the statute of limitations on sexual assault molestation claims under AB 218. When that passed, it opened up an opportunity for victims to come forward and file for claims from past issues, which again, I think there is no one that doesn't fully support the idea of recognizing and supporting those victims. The corresponding result of that, though, however, has been extremely large settlement claims in excess of hundreds of millions of dollars for some of these claims that you've seen some school districts up and down the state. I mean, I believe a school district, San Jose, was the last one, and it was like $120 or $130 million. When those claims happen, what is failed for folks to realize is it's real dollars in today's dollars, and school districts often in those cases, being that it's so far back, and also because most school districts, in fact, I think almost all school districts, it's not as though they get insurance through, like the rest of us, just a Geico insurance policy. We are self-insured, meaning the insurance comes from the schools themselves. We all contribute to a pool, and then we pull from that pool, because to get insurance in the private sector for education, it would be too costly. So really the only way school districts have been able to cover themselves insurance-wise. So when we have a $100 million claim, we may have some insurance for, say, maybe $10, $20 million of it, but then there is an additional pool above that we all contribute to, and there's often a pool below that we often contribute to. So what we are is, as a school district, we're part of that pool. It's a school employee liability fund, or SELF fund, and we were a pool member. And so some of these claims, when they go back to the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, what is happening when those claims settle, because we're part of that pool, we have to pay a corresponding contribution towards those payments. So even though that claim is not even happening to us, so for example, we've had bill backs for the last 2 years of $160,000 and over $200,000 in the last 2 years. So that's what's coming out of our unrestricted general fund to contribute towards those settlements. So it really is important for folks to understand that, again, we believe in supporting of the victims and all those things, but understanding that over time, for example, for that school district, fortunately, they were in a situation from a claim from the 80s, which, no staff or board or anybody was there related to that issue, but that $100 million claim, I think ended up 15 or 18 million of it, they have to pay themselves. Which means that luckily for them, they owned some property that they're going to sell. But if that was to something that happened to a school district, our district or anywhere else, that may require us to become insolvent as a district. And so this is a concern that we continue to voice. I'm on the executive board for Schools Insurance Authority. We're hoping to work with our partners in labor and other areas, because people have to understand that there has to be some system to, similar to reform with workers' compensation and some other things, when it gets too excessive and it's not, it actually is impacting current students, right? Future programs for past, issues, which I think there has to be some methodology that everybody has to come in agreement to that is sustainable. I think the concern is the ability to sustain it. So that was me on a soapbox, and so I'll just step back. Yeah. Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I was just curious, this pool that we're in, is this pool sustainable if the litigation is increasing at such a dramatic rate?
I think they believe they've done actuarial assessments that they're going to claim, probably charge us that amount, if not more, for the next 10 to 15 years to cover it. And that would be all the past claims. There is new legislation in place now that all going forward, all future has no statute of limitations as well. Right. And so, I mean, obviously there are systems meaning school districts all have to put in place, right? We need to protect our children. We need to protect and example is the policy that Mr. Ogden and the board approved with regards to, the appropriate conduct with students, staff contact, some of those things. These are things we need to be doing on a daily basis, right? But there are bad players, and what we have to do is we need to create a system so that those people are held accountable, and that the services and needs of the victims are taken into account, and the mental health services, the counseling, whatever else is needed, definitely needs to be in place. But when we also put in place open opportunities for trial attorneys to get 50% of every settlement when there's a trial attorney involved goes to the attorneys. They can show that. So that $100 million settlement, $50 million of it went to the attorneys. I don't think that was the intent of the legislature or of the jury, that's where the money was going to go to, because these are horrible situations, and that's why they're wanting to punish somebody, and that's why they're putting those dollar amounts. But the problem is really the people that are punished are not the people that committed the crime. They are the students and the programs and the things that are actively happening now. So, sorry about that. That was quite a. But I think this is a very important thing, because we are to the point now where we may not have any insurance for this. Insurance carriers are not wanting to cover. You know how people are leaving out of state because people can't get homeowners insurance? Well, we're having that problem as well, just so you guys know. Our pool is such that we have to go out of the country to get some insurance because we can't find anybody that will insure us, right? But with these kind of claims, they just will leave the market altogether, which means if you have no insurance, the entire burden is on the general fund, right? So, we try to pool together and buy some insurance, but it's never going to cover these kind of claims and issues, so, okay. So just as a point of that percentage of our budget that will be going to that will be larger and larger. Jumping on to other services and operating, this is a breakdown of that subsection, just to look at where that's at. So about 30% of it is direct instructional and professional development for classroom type of activities. You can see special education. That's, boy, my eyes are a little blurry, 26% for SPED. That is the non-public school placements, some of those contracts for service that we have to do for outside supports. Software and licenses are about another 20%, and then you see the other activities broken down there. For the area. So this is just something we provide to the board. I know this is an item of discussion, so we just want to monitor that. And as the budget gets tighter, I think that's a discussion we have to have. Some of these are obviously categorically funded activities. A lot, like the ELOP is a big chunk of that because that's the expanded learning opportunity program, and that's a lot of after-school activities. And then summer school. So we do contract for enrichment and some other pieces with that one. So that's why that one's a big piece in there.
Sean, really quick.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The special ed services, does that include settlements? For example, if the child has not had their IEP followed and it's come to a settlement, does that include that as well?
It will.
Do we have an increase? Or could we get the number broken down on that?
Of how much is settlement related?
How much is settlement versus how much is access for our students?
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Thanks.
Jim's going to write that down for me. Thank you, Jim. I normally take the notes for the board meetings, so he's taking my notes for me. All right, so we're going to bring it all together. Here's the budget summary. You can see on the estimated actuals, we're only, I'm saying we're only, but about a $3.5 million deficit in 23-24. Again, some of that is related to unfilled positions, openings, still a deficit, still declining, but that doesn't look too bad there. In 24-25, you see that number jumping, and that is, again, we had about equal amount of revenues and expenditures on the unrestricted side. What that is correlating to is combination of the 2% raises, and then of course all the costs related to the special ed and the additional staffing and the additional school site, right? So that's a combination of all those things. So we do show a deficit, but I will say, as we always point out, that assumes all positions being filled, right? So when the positions, unfilled positions fall out, you know, a couple $1 million or so, the deficit is still significant, but not as great as what is projected on this budget summary, right? First interim will be the first chance where we will have a number, an updated number. I will say at the end of the day, though, we are depleting reserves. We need to get to a point where we are breaking even so that we still have sufficient reserves to cover all of the needs that we have broken down on this slide. You can see here that we do have several committed activities. So, you know, we do have unrestricted reserves, but you see those local resources. Those are dollars allocated for very specific things, right? And you can see them there. And we had different categories, including supplemental funding, technology, instructional materials, some of the other activities that we have as a district. One of the big reasons, again, we do reserves for some accounts, like transportation, for example, is in the past, we would budget for everything as an unknown. So if we're not sure something's gonna happen, we wanna budget for it because we wanna make sure we have enough money, right? For example, if an engine's gonna blow up, which happens, those things happen. But what happens if we only budget for 2 and 4 happen, right? So then where do you decide on how much do you budget and how much do you not budget? So what we're trying to do is make sure we have our reserves where appropriate so that if something was to happen, we have a place to pay for it. If we didn't do it this way, then we would have to increase, instead of putting something here, we would have to put it in as an expense, right? We would budget for it as an expense. But then when it doesn't happen, it would fall out at the end of the year and then money would be sitting there. And they wouldn't be available for programs or negotiations or anything else. And so by having reserves, that allows us to have flexibility and allows money. You put money in, remember, this is one-time money. You put money in one time, but then there's ongoing money available every year to be able to use for other purposes. One of the things that I know the the Budget Advisory Committee is going to be working on is making recommendations potentially about the reserve level. You know, we have the 3% reserve, and if whether or not the committee and then bringing to the board whether we would look to increase that, especially with the unstable times. We always talk about that 3% is the minimum amount we have to have as a school district, but the truth is if we only had that amount and we had any issues, that wouldn't cover 2 months of payroll. So it's not really a reflection of any kind of economic stability, anything else that would allow us to benefit us as a district. It's a bare minimum threshold to meet the state requirement. So, multi-year projection. Any questions before I jump to the multi-year? Good. All right, so looking at the multi-year projection, we see the revenues increasing each year. You see for 25, 26, 26, 27, LCFF definitely jumping $12 million there in each year. That is a combination of the additional ADA, and you can see funded ADA is increasing by about 300, so that's a big chunk of it. But the other big piece is a COLA projection of 2.93 in 25, 26, and 3.08 in 26, 27. That combined, I believe, I don't remember the number. I think I have it on the next slide, or the summary slide at the end. Combined, the concern there is whether or not even if that is the COLA, whether or not the state will be able to fund the COLA, right? We've had suspended COLAs in the past, and that's normally because the state they don't have enough money to fund it. And I will tell you that there are serious concerns about that because, like we talked about before, the 1.07% COLA for 24-25, that is being funded using the more or less education stabilization fund, the one-time rainy day fund kind of for education. The governor is using pretty much that entire, I think he actually, after the settlement with the CTA group, they're actually going to be using that whole fund. So in essence, that build-up account that they were going to use to help us to get through uncharted territory, they are going to be using it. So that means in 25, 26, they're walking in the door not able to fund the previous year's COLA and even the year before that potentially, and they have to do a 2.93 COLA on top of that. That seems worrisome is the best way I would describe that. And then another 3% in 26, 27. Now, doesn't mean that the stock market won't take off or something. Remember, majority of the income for the state of California comes from personal income tax, right? So if something big happens and the stock market goes gangbusters, everything could be turned over overnight. But we're not seeing that in the forecasts right now. So that is a concern that we have. Is that we are going to build our budget off of this COLA because that is what is the projection, and we have no other data to do otherwise. But I would say there are concerns about both of those numbers. And so it will be interesting in January when we get the governor's projection for 25-26 of whether or not he thinks that they can fund that COLA or not. All right. On the expenditure sides, you can see certificated classified salaries going up in 25-26. Reason why you see certificated salaries dropping in 26-27 is 25-26 is the last year that we will have funding available to spend on staffing for learning recovery funds. So we have a one-time categorical pot, bless you, for learning recovery, and we are funding with that a whole slew of intervention teachers. As well as some other support staff. That is funded through 25-26. We do not have funding to continue that going forward. And so that is falling off, and that is why you see certificate staff actually going down. And you can also see even on the classified staff, the dollar amount goes down a little bit in 26-27, the increase versus 25-26. So that is something we need to be aware of as well, because it is a slew of folks, and we are doing a lot of intervention work obviously aligned with learning recovery, and that's the reason for that. And so that you can see the adjustments there. You can see a lot of red in 25-26 for books and supplies services. Most of that is categorical activities. Those are the categorical funded activities that the revenues decrease, therefore the expenditures decrease. Bringing it all together, what you do see is in the unrestricted for 25-26, 26-27, you do see the deficit decreasing. That is because that revenue is clicking along. We do get that COLA, but we have not settled with our bargaining partners yet. And we talked about that. What we are going to include is the COLA calculation, whatever the COLA is on the LCFF, not the new students, but the COLA, the increase in the COLA, which would be about 3%, minus step and column costs is what we would reserve for negotiations. The problem is if I did that on the third year in 26-27, you see where it says $12 million is the unrestricted ending fund balance, we wouldn't make our 3% reserve because we have to have 10.8 million. So we need to work on that. Tomorrow, Don and I are meeting with Tracy and Emily from the FCEA group to talk about the budget and some of those pieces. And so that will be one of the things we'll talk with them. But we make the 12, we have, based off of the calculations, we have $12 million in unrestricted ending fund balance. We are required to have 10.8. So we make that. So we are, the budget is in compliance. We do make our reserves. Now, positives, we know that we're probably over-calculating on some of our expenditures, right? And so there's some money savings there. Downside is the 25-26, 26-27 has a COLA in there that there's a high likelihood that something is going to be augmented or adjusted based off of that. Now, that's my assumption on that, but I think most of the players at the state know there's going to be concerns for 25-26. And so those are discussions we will be having. Continuing on, summary of the other funds. You can see the other funds here. One fund I do want to stand out for you is the 09 fund. That is our charter. That is our direct charter that we have, right? That is FCCC, right? And so one of the things we're going to be doing starting first interim, we're going to treat that like we treat our new Pacific School charter in the fact that we're doing the same due diligence and review. And with our charter folks, our consultants that we brought in, we see that we need to clean up some of those processes. And so with that, we're going to be bringing the board more information about FCCC and our charter school and cost and program. One of the big pieces that we have there with them is the program has been, the direct service costs and some of those things have been subsidized by the district to some degree. And so we're going to be bringing information to really show all costs and all program activities with that piece there. So going across, you see adult education, child development. Most of those programs have to live within their budget, so they tie directly to the revenues because they're categorically funded. Cafeteria program, again, universal meals has really been very robust for us as a school district. We continue to build up a reserve there, but we're trying to, in fact, one of the things we implemented is an adjustment to the salary for those folks because of the revenues and because of the additional work effort that they're having to do because of the number of meals provided. We've we've tripled at some sites our number of meals served. You see the next fund is deferred maintenance fund. That's for maintenance facility activities. Pupil equipment, that's our transportation, that's our buses, the electric buses that we have. At the next meeting, you will see an application for 3 buses that we'll be getting from the Air Quality Board that we only have to pay about $35,000 each for. We recognize the full cost for the revenue and expenses, but the net washes out that our cost is only about $35,000 or so. And then you see building funds and then our student care program. There's a lot of writing in here. I think I've talked through a lot of this throughout the process. Yes, go ahead.
Back on building funds, what all is included in building funds?
Building funds is 21 through 40. So there's a lot of activity in there. We've combined it all for you guys. So that would be developer fee funds for both the Folsom and Rancho Cordova areas. That would be the bond proceeds of any outstanding bonds that we have where we've issued actual dollars and expenditures. So that's a net number there. That, I'll be honest, that doesn't really even reflect all activity that we have. At adopted budget, we don't know if things are going to finish on June 30th or July. And so there's a lot of activity that is in June that won't get done by June 30th. That will then be updated. But we have it right now in 23-24's budget. It'll probably move over 24-25. It's always a mess because of that. And that's the busiest time for construction projects, right? Also in there is Fund 40, which is our facility fund that we use for collection of facility use fees and some other activities, things like that.
That's what I was wondering.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you got it. So in closing, the budget for 24-25, there is a big difference between what the Legislative Analyst Office believes the shortfall is and what the governor thinks it is. Now, the governor and the legislature are the ones that ultimately determine what the actual revenues they're going to recognize are. And so that's a concern in itself. That is why, I'll be honest, I think last year at this time, I shared with you that we were concerned by the state budget because when the governor and legislature agreed to the revenues, they took the higher number from one number from the Department of Finance, another number from, I think, personal income tax from one group and commercial tax from another to get even a higher number. And we said both those numbers look wrong, and they were by somewhere between $38 billion and $73 billion. So it wasn't like you have to be a Nostradamus to see that this is not the best way to balance a budget. Now, we're very close to Sacramento, so I don't want someone to get really upset at me, but I will say they're doing it again, right? They're going to continue to do this model because they don't really want to do the hard cuts necessary to balance the budget. So by doing this, because the revenues are always backdated, they can always kick the can by guesstimating or overestimating the revenues in the out years. And that's a concern because those of us that actually have to live within the budgets, when the numbers come in and the cuts have to happen, that's going to be a problem. And so there's serious concerns about this. And we really see a cliff here with the COVID dollars being depleted and running out, with increasing continual needs for students, and then, potentially impacts at the state level that will require reductions or cuts or no COLA, funded COLAs, lots of different things, right? I mean, honestly, it could get to the point where the best case scenario is you don't get a COLA, but you keep your same funding level. The worst case scenario is they don't give you a COLA and they give you a cut, right? They've done that before. There were times when those levels have to happen, so.
Sean, do you see the state coming back at some point in the near future, doing the deferred payments to the districts where?
Yeah, they're already doing it now. So in fact, part of the governor's negotiated settlement with CTA is going to have some deferrals in it. And it's only on paper. They're not going to defer cash, but they're just going to move stuff from June to July or June to August or something so that it doesn't go into the base calculation. It gets complicated because the Prop 98 guarantee, what you give us the previous year is what you have to give us the next year plus, and it puts us into different, and there's 3 different tiers. There are smart people that can explain it. What I will tell you is that there is a lot of manipulation. There are accounting gimmicks that make it so that they can balance the budget. They haven't done all of them. They'll start doing some of them this year. The big one, though, for me was the rainy day fund was real money, and it wasn't a gimmick. And my hope was that they would keep some of the rainy day fund so that they could they could backfill some of the shortfall. Again, they're using one-time money for ongoing expenses. And I always tell you guys, you never do that. You don't feed things that eat with one-time money, because when you run out of the money, then you got to come and eat your arm. And that's what's gonna happen. And also, education as a whole has been pretty sound for this budget. I mean, all in all, 24, 25, we're getting a COLA. We're not really getting any core programs harmed. They're keeping all the new programs that the governor already put in place, right? So it's not as though we're really in a bad spot. I mean, if you look at what they're gonna do to public health in some of the other areas, it's gonna be bad. This year is gonna be bad, 24, 20. So what do you think is gonna happen in 25, 26? We kind of had a clean slate. They're gonna have to come back at us. We're 40-something% of the state budget. You can't not take money from education at some level. Now, how the governor does that, or what he negotiates to make that happen, goodness only knows. I mean, they're very politically savvy down there, but they're not very good accountants, to be honest. So, I mean, it's not how we would run it here. Let's say that. So, you know, I think one of the things we really want to talk about is the COLAs are great. It's great to have a COLA, but rising costs are outpacing COLAs, right? The 3% COLA would be great. That actually would give us some flexibility, but a 1% COLA, we already gave a 2% raise. So we already know that didn't cover, you know, the full cost of that, on top of the increased costs that we talked about. Luckily for us, we're a growing district. Think about the districts that are declining, that don't have the $9-10 million in new money from student growth. They're going to be trouble. I mean, there were districts that already gave pink slips for this year, back in March. Most of them pulled them back because they had enough one-time money in other categories. But next year you will see pink slips and they will hold. I'm not saying here, not in Folsom, Cordova, but we should clarify that. But I think that is, I'm talking at the state level, right? I'm across the state. This is, and you have a lot of new people in a lot of positions. You know, the legislature is almost completely new. They've not gone through this, right? You don't have Jerry Brown there, who is ultra conservative, and so when it came to the budget, and so there are concerns about the house of cards on this stuff. It's not going to look great unless stock market goes gangbusters. Let's all cross our fingers that the Dow goes over 80,000 points or something like that, right? That would be great for everybody.
Opposite could happen too.
It could, yeah. I mean, because again, remember, personal income tax is the make or breaker for the state of California. So really one of the things we're going to be doing is Budget Advisory Committee is going to be starting to meet. We've already put out meeting requests. We may even meet earlier than what I think we put out stuff for October or November to start. I try not to do September just because we're starting the school year, but we're going to start early as a Budget Advisory Committee, start talking about things that we can do, make recommendations, bring those to the board. Because we do need to, even in our situation with the growth, if the COLA doesn't happen, and even then, we still have a deficit we need to work on kind of tightening up. And we need to be able to continue to, augment salaries for our staff, right? So we need to do all of those things. So we got to figure out how to make all those things work. The COLAs are concerned. I said if the COLAs don't happen, I guess my number in my head was smaller, but if the 2 COLAs over the 2 years, if those 2 COLAs don't happen, it would be $20 million over the 2 years less in revenue that we would receive, right? And we were only ending with $12 million reserve. So that just tells you that we would have some significant cuts that we'd have to put in place. So we're monitoring everything. The next big thing is the state budget getting adopted. That has to be signed by June 15th, but I think what will happen is they'll sign a blank document and there'll be a couple signatures on it and we won't know any details, so. Oh, that was a pretty slide. Here's your timeline for everything else that's gonna be coming. The next meeting, you guys will approve this budget. So I'd love to answer any questions that you have, and thank you.
Questions from the board? I just have one quick question for you. We talk about the 3% in reserves. What is like your wish? What is your percentage amount that you would hope that we would have?
You know what? I think we need to talk about it in the totality of what is our goal of a reserve. Do you want to have enough reserve that you can know that in any scenario we can keep going for a year as a district, meaning you wouldn't have to make mid-year cuts if there was some impact? Do you want to reserve so that you have cash flow? Because remember, one of the big things that people always forget is the budget are just numbers on paper. The cash actually comes all throughout the year, right? We pay people kind of every month, right? July is a quiet month, but like, you know, we have cash flow. We don't really get the majority of our cash until taxes are collected. So in December and April, that's when actually we get the majority of our revenue as a district. So what happens is, I'll tell you that we get, you know, $300 million or whatever, but we get, you know, 60% of it in 2 months. But you have expenditures all throughout. So what happens a lot of times is, if you don't have reserves built up, which is cash that actually has come in and you're holding it, what happens is you have to get a line of credit, and that's just some additional cost. So we get a line of credit to cover, more or less think of it like a credit card or whatever you want to call it. When the months where we don't physically have the cash in the bank, we borrow from that. Think of it like an overdraft, and it covers you for the 2 months until the taxes come in. But we pay a super high rate on it, and just to get it, you have to pay to even get the loan, even if you don't use it. So, you know, you have things like that. So do you want to minimize that activity? So do we want to have a reserve level enough that we can make sure cash flow? I mean, so that's analysis that has to happen at a detailed level. And that's where a budget advisory committee, we would talk about some of those things. What would be the intent and purpose behind it? Because I want all the stakeholders to understand that there is it's not we're trying to hold money to not have it available for negotiations or for programs. The idea there is it makes us fiscally sound so that we can ensure our programs are whole and can continue, and we don't have to do cuts mid-year or other impacts to programs or staff and that kind of thing. So I'm totally kicking the can on that with you, but I think you can understand it's a big concept. I mean, obviously more is better in my mind. But I also want to be reflective of, we don't want to get ourselves in a spot where we have to cut programs because we've just kept money aside because, right? We want to balance that.
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Reed.
Just one more thing, and this is probably more of a Matt question, but on slide 4. Yeah. You know, obviously seeing that dynamic going up with the bar lines, that's wonderful, that's exciting. But that also, it tells me we're going to be putting strain on our school facilities with capacity. And obviously, you know, we have a new school opening in August, but that only, you know, presumably covers a little of that. Oh, sorry. A little of that increase. So, you know, I mean, obviously we have some capacity, you know, within our existing facilities, but if that trend keeps on going in that direction, you know, obviously we need to start building facilities. And I know we have a whole plan for that. But it really, I guess when I see that graph, it really drives home what we're going to be facing facility-wise in the near future. So I guess maybe it's not a question, it's just more an observation. So, although I do have a question. What's the yield factor for apartments? It tends to be lower or higher than houses?
The yield factor is lower for apartments than it is for single-family homes.
I tell you, every time I drive down East Bidwell lately and I see the inordinate amount of, I'm not sure what they are, across from the Palladio being built, I'm just like, where are all those kids going to go? But are those apartments?
Yeah, and the price point for the rental for a lot of those really is not targeted for families. A lot of those, so you don't have a lot of families in those type of things. That's why the single-family homes you see a higher yield rate.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, public comment. I don't have any cards. Yep. No, go ahead, Tracy.
So Tracy Suter, for those of you who don't know, I do the marketing for FCEA. It's been a learning year, as Jeanette mentioned. I just want to first thank Sean, because I've been digging back through your budgets too. And back when we had the salary, call it brouhaha, in December, we did have discussions about how to make this ongoing and sustainable. And so the discussion of 90% of the LCFF COLA increase beyond salary and increase, I don't want it to get lost. It's the kind of little tagline that we talk about in December. We already have this benefit, the salary negotiated for next year, so it didn't apply to next year. It's the kind of thing it'd be easy to get lost in the shuffle, so I appreciate you mentioning it, and it's certainly something we're gonna continue to talk about. Jeanette mentioned the training today. We keep having speakers come in and talk about PLCs, which we're committed to. Our goal throughout the district, particularly with the teachers, is we wanna see students thrive and learn and grow. And we say over and over again, the two things that need to happen in this district, the two groups we can't do without, because ESC has enormous contributions, but if they disappear tomorrow, education can still happen. The school board has to oversee everything, but in the end, the education's happening with the students and the teachers. Those are the two groups that have to be there. So we need to find some way to balance out the needs of the students and the needs of our programs that serve students. But at the same time, I've been with the district for over 30 years. And what seems to happen is we beg and we beg and we beg for money, and teachers get more and more and more frustrated, and yet continue to try to do their best for students. And then we get matching t-shirts, and we picket, and we pack boardrooms. And we do this, we did it at Granite Center, which no longer belongs to the district. We did it up and down East Bidwell with picket signs and green t-shirts that year, which we no longer have in our district. So we do this, and it builds frustration in the group we most need to have focused on student achievement. So we're committed to working with Sean to try to find ways in our budget to balance these needs, because we don't want to be begging for dollars. We want to be respected and budgeted for within the process. So that 90%, that may not be the solution, may be part of a larger solution, but there has to be some way in our budget to make sure that when we look at incoming dollars, that some portion of that is automatically set aside to pay for the people who do the work with the students. And it is a long-term goal. I don't want to see my colleagues crying in front of you every 3 or 4 years. That is not a healthy way to run the district and serve the students we want to serve. So it is a goal, and I think we're all moving towards that goal, and I very much want to see us get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments online? Okay, thank you. So that we will go ahead and close the public hearing for the tentative budget. And do we want to move the students now or finish out the public hearings?
Madam Vice President, I would move to amend the agenda to close out public hearing and go down to discussion to hear the presentation and progress report for Earth Mama Healing and Improve Your Tomorrow. And if we can get the information on the New Pacific Charter School as well. And then we can go back, because it looks like we have some pretty robust discussions on action item 12, A, B, C, D are pretty routine. So I move that we amend the agenda to include the discussion items 13A and B.
I'll second.
Fantastic. Motion by Mr. Clark, second by Mr. Reed.
Mr. Mellinger.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thanks.
Fantastic. We will move to item 13, discussion, which is Earth Mama Healing and Improve Your Tomorrow, IYT Annual Progress Reports.
Well, thank you and welcome to our two partnership groups from Improve Your Tomorrow and Earth Mama Healing. I also want to welcome the directors from those organizations, Rolanda Wilkins and Michael Casper, who are here, and welcome Dr. Ayana Peace, who will be introducing the item. Thank you for your patience this evening, and we look forward to your presentation. With that, Dr. Peace.
Good evening, Dr. Collegian, well, not Board President Hui, because he's not here, but Vice President Lorette and the rest of the board. Tonight, I'm thrilled to be here with our partners from Earth Mama Healing and Improve Your Tomorrow. For clarity, if I say EMH, I mean Earth Mama Healing, and IYT is in reference to Improve Your Tomorrow. Tonight, they're going to be sharing their annual progress for this school year. And as a refresher, we approved the IYT MOU in December of 2020 to be implemented in the 21-22 school year as a result of male students of color continuing to struggle academically, socially, and emotionally at a disproportionate rate compared to their peers. Our work with Earth Mama Healing began during the 22-23 school year, realizing that we did not have any programs for Black female students. As we listen to their annual report, I want to remind everyone that we don't fix students, we fix systems. And historically, our system has not addressed the needs of marginalized student groups. Programs such as IYT and Improve Your Tomorrow provide targeted supports and interventions by individuals who students can relate to. So for this presentation, I'm going to provide a brief overview. You'll hear from Ms. Rolanda Wilkins and then from Michael Casper, and then we'll review the plans for the upcoming school year. So for the overview, both Earth Mama Healing and Improve Your Tomorrow are funded through departmental supplemental allocations, which, as you know, provide state funding by the proportion of unduplicated high-need students in our district. So those are low-income families, English learners, and students in foster care. These funds are intended to be used to support positive student outcomes and increase or improve services or programs for students that receive extra funding. This evening, our partners will present student outcome data that has been retrieved through our data sharing agreement to access PowerSchool and in collaboration with school staff such as school counselors. In May 2024, the ACLU released a State of Black Education California report card to mark the 70th anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Education. This report examines educational equity for Black students in California using historical, legal, and data-driven insights along with perspectives from students, parents, and educators. It highlights 24 documented areas of inequality and identifies 3 major impact areas and 14 foundational issues needing more attention. The report recommends funding Black student success programs through our LCAP and budget processes. It also calls for creating initiatives that foster belonging for Black students and emphasize proper funding allocation before conducting evaluations. Both of the programs that you're going to hear from tonight fulfill this recommendation. Additionally, last year, we signed a resolution for the 1300 campaign, and IYT is a service provider to meet the objectives of the 1300 campaign. And then lastly, I just want to note that the quarterly convenings of Black Families United for Education revealed an expectation that such programs continue to exist in Folsom, Cordova. On this slide here, we have our district priorities, and I won't read all of that to you because it's a lot of information. I'll leave that there. I want to share brief bios of our amazing program directors before they dive into their topics. Ms. Rolanda Wilkins has over 30 years working in the area of women and adolescent health and wellness. As the founder and executive director of Earth Mama Healing Incorporated, she has developed numerous programs that empower and enrich the lives of girls and women in the community. She has worked throughout the United States, Canada, Cuba, Ghana, Honduras, Haiti, Jamaica, Nigeria, and South Africa. Recognized for her contributions, Rolanda was awarded the State of California 2008 Woman of the Year by State Senator Darrell Steinberg and received the 2009 Luminary Award for the National Association of Businesswomen Owners of Sacramento. She was also honored with the 2009 Hero of Human Services resolution by the Board of Supervisors of Sacramento and the 2012 Sisterhood Agenda Award from Sisterhood Magazine. Rolanda's mission is to inspire young people to dream of a positive reality beyond their current experiences and to empower them to create the world they wish to live in. Michael Casper is the COO and co-founder of Improve Your Tomorrow, an education nonprofit that for the last 10 years has worked to close the college-going opportunity gap and improve the lives of young men across Northern California. And I know that they've even expanded to other regions of the country. Growing up in Sacramento as a low-income first-generation college student, Michael formed a deep sense of purpose that guided him to help young men of color in his community become scholars. After receiving his bachelor's degree in organizational communications from Sac State, he became a mentor at his old high school and with co-founder Michael Lynch. What began as a weekly volunteer program serving 17 young men of color out of the counseling office quickly formed into the organization known as IYT, which now serves thousands of members across nearly 60 school sites. In recognition of his decade-long tenure with youth in the education justice space, Casper has been named among the top 20 change makers in Sacramento in 2023 by the Sacramento Bee, 40 Under 40 by the Sacramento Business Journal, and currently sits on the board of the Elk Grove Unified School District's First Foundation and member of San Juan Unified's First Equity Committee Collaborative. So before they come up, I just want to say those are the type of people that we want serving as mentors to our students. So please welcome Rolanda Wilkins and followed by Michael Casper.
Good evening. Thank you for having us, and as always, it's a pleasure to share what we do with our program. So I want to say thank you for having us here. I also want to thank the young people who took time to come with me today, and you're going to hear from them today as well. So give them a hand. They've been sitting through the whole budget. I know about this budget. All right. So we do Black Girl Empowerment. We're at Cordova High School, Mills, and Mitchell Middle School. So basically what we do, we empower Black girls to foster their academic excellence. We improve attendance rates and reduce absenteeism, promoting positive behavior and creative and supportive environment, and enhance personal growth and development. So we know that it's really important for Black girls when they're in school to get to know each other, to build a sisterhood, and also figure out how to work within the system. Because a lot of them talk a lot about having issues sometimes with teachers or feel like they're not understood. So it's about teaching them how to navigate in that system. So even as they turn into adults, they figure out how to navigate in the real world. So we do weekly sessions, we do one-on-one sessions, we do ongoing case management, we do academic support, workshops and seminars, you'll hear about that. We're doing community engagements. We occasionally do home visits, and we also do parent education and engagement as well, because we also try to teach parents how to advocate and engage in this system. Overall, at the academic performance, our girls are doing pretty good, even though we are having some girls that are struggling. A lot of girls tend to improve. They also, like for instance, this year, some of the girls really struggled with math, but there were other girls who came in and helped and tutored them and made sure that they talk to people that they need to be tutored and get the help that they need. So pretty much about 15% of the girls were like straight A students, did very, very well. Then at 30, some of them are like getting B's, and then down to C's, and then some D's, some girls who were struggling. I will say that the girls also were very involved in helping other young people bring their grades up. Because sometimes what normally happens with young ladies, like for instance, if some girl's struggling in a subject, there may be another girl who's really good at that and can basically tutor her or give her some information that would help her improve her grade. So we've seen a lot of grades improving. And we also seen a lot of my girls, particularly at Cordova, that participated in the program. They also participated in other activities as well. During the program, we had about 17 girls per session, but by the end of the school year, we had about 11 girls who came all the time. Attendance remained steady through the year. Participants consistently came to the session. Some of the girls participated in other activities in sports and cheer and band, which, they did pretty good throughout the year. The big thing about young ladies participating in high school, we want them to participate in those other activities. So we want the girls to participate in band and to do cheer and to do sports. All of that is a part of being a part of your school. So we did about 33 sessions this year. Also, we had about 70% of the girls consistently arrive to school, while 30% of them face challenges in their tardies and missing classes. Transportation sometimes was difficult in the early mornings, which led to some tardies. Sometimes there was a lack of motivation to be pulsional. So also stemmed from boredom with certain classes and teachers. We actively address attendance by collaborating with counselors to help girls overcome the challenges. Specifically efforts highlighting the importance of punctuality and its impact on their academic success and future goals. So that's like, for instance, when they leave school and they get a job, we know that being on time for your job is important. Some of the girls have concerns about racism and sexism at their school, and we discuss that intensely and explore ways to address them. So my big thing when we talk about racism and sexism is something that they face. We always talk about how do we work through those and through those issues, because when they go into the world, that's something that they may face. But for me, it's always about how do you work through those issues. Most of the girls participated in extra school activities. We talked about that. And they also demonstrated the eagerness to be active in their school community, which I thought that was really awesome. Okay, so then we over at Mills Middle School, same thing. We had about 15% of the girls do very, very well, high achievers. Then we have girls who maybe like in the B average, 18%, 51% of them were averaging around the C's. Staying steady, and then some of them really struggled at the 16%. So there was significant efforts made with the youth to improve their grades, and we also worked on strengthening their social and emotional competencies. We also worked very closely with Mr. Christopher at Mills, and it was really nice at Mills to work with administration there, who really kept me up to date on what was going on. So every time we would do classes, and I would have like a small debriefing with Mr. Christopher in particular, it helped me to guide what I was going to teach that day, or to cover some things, staying in alignment with what the school was teaching. So it was nice really working with him. Also, the program initially had an average of about 15 girls per session, but by the end we had about 13 girls, primarily Black girls ages 12 to 14. We also averaged 3 sessions a month. Over 9 months, we came up to like 32 sessions in that school year. Overall, the achievement there, 40% of the girls with B's, 30% with A's, 15 with C's, and 15% with D or failing grade. Efforts were made with the students to collaborate with their performances with their counselor. One-on-one sessions were had, also did lots of home visits, talking with parents, trying to encourage them to encourage their children, and also making sure we make referrals to the help that they may need, and tutoring and things like that. Also, Mitchell was all my schools were excellent, but one of the things at Mitchell, they have a counselor named Mrs. Michelle, and she was very good. I met with her every week. So me and her collaborated a lot. We talked a lot. She shared things with me every week on how the girls were doing. And then we also collaborated with girls who were struggling to get them tutoring, but also we needed to refer someone to counseling and other things like that. So she, to me, was a great example of how a school counselor should collaborate with outside organizations coming in. So we were definitely supporting each other, and that made my job just so much easier. So I had about 22 girls at Mitchell per session, and at the end, we started off with like 22 girls, and at the end, we averaged about 20 girls. So I had a very big class there. We had 3 sessions a month over 9 months, which came up to about 32 sessions a year. 60% of the girls exhibited positive behavior, had very few disciplinary or was ever in detention. Approximately 10% of the participants encountered, behavior incidents, but were made to empower themselves to resolve in conflicts. We did a lot of conflict resolution with some of the girls who were kind of struggling. A lot of the girls generally acknowledged the uselessness of fighting, but found challenging to experiment with new approaches, evading conflict and studying for tests. So we talked with the girls a lot about, basically how to resolve some things when you have a disagreement with someone, how to talk it out, utilizing their teachers and their counselors. Also, with all my classes, it was nice seeing other girls talk with other girls about resolving conflict. Like, let's talk it out. Let's not gossip. Stay off that social media. Because some of that caused a lot of conflict with the girls. Also, most of them demonstrated very positive behavior, but also some of them also struggling with trying to stay on track with that as well. So one of the things in doing the work, we're working with Black girls in particular, I often tend to know that there's other influencers that when I do home visits that I need to connect with. And for the most part, it was grandmothers. So really trying to find the people in their life that they really have an impact on who they are, and it tend to be their grandmothers. And so that I think that's important to know. So even as I work with them in school, I always try to get them really very much connected to their root for the most part, which was their grandparents. Also, it's mothers and fathers, but there's something about grandparents, very, very connected. So another thing we did this year, as we did last year, we do a youth summit. And at this youth summit, we basically bring girls together from not just your school district, but Sac City, Elk Grove, Twin Rivers, and the Skowie community schools. So at this conference, Black girls come together and they learn to kind of be together, have fun. But we also released a campaign which highlighted just beautiful and wonderful thoughts about being a Black girl, but we also highlighted like a famous person along with the young girls who are there at school. So when they went to the conference, it was around bonding and learning and participating and enjoying workshops and activities. It was a full day. The event featured interactive sessions, guest speakers who facilitated discussions, fostering deeper and understanding positive relationships. So one of the key things we were really bent on was Black girls being able to be with each other. Even though we're all Black, we all come from different cultures and ethnic backgrounds. So we got to learn that about each other and how do we befriend each other and how do we build sisterhood. We also produced these lovely posters you see for our campaign. So it's everything from the we are. So we are beautiful, we are brilliant, we are groundbreaking. So these are the posters that we put together. But the girls on the posters go to your different middle schools and high schools in your school district. So those are the posters you see right here. And it was awesome doing the photo shoots. Then we have some testimonials, but what I want to do here is have some of the young ladies read to you some of the things they wrote about what it meant to be in our program. Who would like to come first? Come on down, ladies. Go ahead. No, you can read. No, you can read what's on top of your head, baby.
Okay, so my name's Queen, and I've been in this group since I was in 7th grade, and it always helped me because it built my confidence up, and it's a safe space to get to know the girls and create a sisterhood, because I don't really get along with people, but I really like these girls because I've been knowing them, because the group made me realize that I need more help with people, and it created a safe space for me to discuss issues related to the real world, and I was comfortable being able to talk to them because they could relate or they might help me with certain stuff. And speak my truth about the mentor was, she's also African American, so she can also guide me. That's that.
Thank you, Queen.
Hi, members of the board. My name is Lyric, and I attend Cordova High School. I enjoy attending Earth Mama's Healing Program. I've been attending it since middle school, and being in it has helped me grow a lot closer to other Black girls. And it's a good place to go when I need to talk and I need to get something off my mind. And being a scholar and an athlete, it's also a good place to go and talk to them when I feel stressed or tense. And being in the group has helped me grow a lot as a person. And I really enjoy being in it.
Hi, members of the board. My name is Olivia Timla. I attend Cordova High School. I've been going to Earth Mama's Healing Program since I was in middle school. For me, it's a great experience and a safe space to learn the different perspectives of other Black girls that attend my school. It's great to have this program at school because I feel as a Black person, I'm not as seen compared to the other groups at school. So having this program at school really allows me to be able to connect with the other Black girls at school. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Talia, and this program I'm really excited, and I appreciate being a part of this program because it helped me as a person. It helped me better myself as a person, and it was really like easy to come and be able to part of a group that I could talk to and I feel comfortable. And it also it helped girls and myself learn about our culture and other people's culture.
Together? You want to go next?
My name is Kaylee, and I really enjoyed the club because I could share things without feeling judged, and I could relate to a lot of the girls in my club, and I really enjoyed it.
The club was really nice because everyone was like had the same problems and we could like discuss it together, and we share a bunch of things together, and it was really nice.
Hello, my name is Aranisa, and what the club was for me was a safe space for me to go, like during the week, and it helped me make friends, and because most of the girls had the same problems that I had, and it just gave me a place to talk with other people that had the same experiences as me. And the club was the club was just a really fun place to go, and we learned a lot of things about our culture and other people's culture, and that helped open my eyes that not every Black person is the same, and we all have different backgrounds. Thank you.
So these next two slides were just testimonies, which you just heard. And then we also had some comments from parents. One parent talked about their turned daughters participating in the program. This is from a father, and he witnessed the growth and the excitement that his daughters learning in class, the impact that it's had on their lives, and that they're eager to engage and continue the journey with me next year when they go to high school. Another parent talked about their daughter really gaining a lot of wealth and knowledge in the class. Especially her daughter was hesitant about exploring her Ugandan heritage because her father is from Uganda. But because being in class, it sparked the interest for her to know more about her roots on her dad's side, and also eager to learn more about her African American heritage. So a parent wrote that to me and really thanked me. And another woman said, my daughter really loves your class. Thank you for all that you do for daughters. She really loves your class. And then overall, the impact of the program. So, I not to tend to go off script, I've had a pretty long day. I think it's important when you want to impact the community, you first have to impact the girl, because girls grow up and become women and they become mothers. And mothers basically give culture to children. So I feel like it's definitely as important it is to mentor and nurture young men, but I also feel like women carry everything. So for me, it's like if you want to look at impacting our home structure, we really must invest in girls. So I try to give you all, yes, we worked on grades, we worked on attendance, but for me, it's about working on the human spirit and making sure that when girls see each other, they really see themselves. And when you do that, that kind of lowers some of the fighting that you may see, because we're also in a time and in an environment where everything is reality TV shows and you can be famous for 10 minutes if you beat up somebody. But what would happen if girls looked at each other and figured out how to resolve their disagreements and really figure out that they have more things in common than they have different? And so for me, this to me is like investing in tomorrow today. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Superintendent Colligan, members of the board, and community members. My name is Mike Casper, and I am the co-founder and chief operating officer of Improve Your Tomorrow. I gotta do a shout out, one just for the young people, phenomenal job. Can we show them love? Phenomenal job. Just wanna shout out my staff, the families that came, and the brothers. Thank you all for sticking around with us. Mr. Huber, Dr. Peace, Eric Swanson, super excited about getting an opportunity of being able to work with you. Congratulations. And thank you all. Thank you all for this opportunity to share and to recap this past year. Improve Your Tomorrow's mission is to help not only get young men to college, but to help them get through college. And the reason and the why behind this is when you disaggregate the data and you look at young men of color, you oftentimes see that there's large disparities when it comes to high school graduation, college attendance, college completion, and it's not because of a lack of potential, but oftentimes it's a lack of having representation at school, or it's a lack of the feeling of being misunderstood, or ultimately just having a lack of support. And IYT and our team members, it's personal. Like, we didn't want to sit on the sidelines and just talk about these challenges that we were seeing. We wanted to be a part of the village, part of working with teachers, families, brothers to ensure that each young person has an opportunity to succeed and to thrive. And so we do this through these interventions. We have seven core interventions. Those include near-peer mentorship, college advising, college trips, member development. That's the holistic approach. We want the young men to be sound academically, but we also want them to be well-rounded young men, academic study hall, internships, and parent engagement. All of these core services are really wrapped in ensuring that young people have support, exposure, accountability, and a whole bunch of love throughout. One thing that makes us unique is that it's a 12-year commitment. So we've had, over the last 2 years, a total of 21 brothers graduate from high school. Many of them are attending college and are still taking part of IYT through one of our college programs, either being IYT-CC for brothers that transition into a community college, or IYT-U, which we have a physical location at Sacramento State. We've partnered with them, but then we also have brothers that attend other institutions, and we continue to provide wraparound support. And then finally, we provide them with opportunities after taking part in IYT, seeing the benefits. Many of them are compelled to want to come back. Similar to me, like I said, I graduated from Mills. And so this is personal. I went to Cordova Meadows, so being here within Folsom Cordova Unified School District is personal. The brothers was giving me a hard time. We got some brothers that went to Mitchell, so they started looking at me funny. All right, so here outlines the number of brothers that we've served over the last 3 years. In 21-22, we served 92 students. 22-23, we served a total of 134. And this past year, we've served 158 students. And just for context, we're contracted to serve 100 brothers, 60 at Cordova, 20 at Mills, and 20 at Mitchell. This year looks at capacity, and again, you see that for capacity over the last 3 years, we've met those metrics that's illustrated on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side, it talks about retention. Our goal is to be at 70% year over year, so you see some areas of growth here. We look at data is to be able to show forth where we're succeeding, but also to name where there's areas of growth, and this is one of them, specifically at Cordova and at Mills. Some of that was due to students transitioning to other schools within the district, and also in other districts, and others, it was due to a lack of engagement. And so after brothers if they don't show engagement consistently, we try every attempt to keep them invested, but if not, we'll open up that slot and then serve other individuals. This here is important. This talks about engagement. We call it a dosage score. And so what it does is it tiers brothers' engagement between high, medium, and low. And so what you're seeing reflected here Brothers that have a high dosage attend 75% or more of IYT offerings. And so you see at Cordova, 62% of the students are attending, again, 75% or more of interventions. For Mills, it's at 61%, and at Mitchell, it's at 64%. Medium is between that threshold of 50 to 75%. And again, you see those percentages reflected there. And then finally, you see low, which is brothers are engaging less than 50% of the time. Our overall engagement or dosage percentage is 87%, and that's reflective of the students that are in the medium and high tier of engagement. Over the course of this year, we've had just over 3,300 total interventions. And so that's a compilation of mentorship, college advising, and so on and so forth. This here is something new that we did this year. In the beginning of the year, we asked our brothers these 5 questions, and we asked them to explain how well do people at your school understand you as a person, how connected do you feel to adults, and so on and so forth. All 5 of those questions, and what's reflected in the first column is how they responded as it pertains to how the school embraced them. So as you can see, 47% of them feel like they're understood by their school, and 44% feel connected to adults, teachers, counselors, and so on and so forth. On the right-hand side, and this data is just reflective as of 5/15 because we had to send in the board packet, but as you can see, the numbers are significantly higher when we asked the same question, but we just changed it from school to IYT. And so what we're trying to show through this data is that there's an increase of sense of belonging, there's an increase of students feeling connected because of a lot of the things we mentioned earlier, as far as representation, as far as having additional support, and so on and so forth. And what I'll say is that we've received additional surveys beyond the May 15, and what we've seen is that the trends have remained relatively constant in regards to how brothers are feeling as it pertains to those items. This year, I won't spend much time on this one, but this just outlines brothers that either strongly agreed or agreed to the following sentiments. So since joining IYT, I have more confidence. I feel more confident in being able to do my work or being able to do well in school, and so on and so forth. And as you can see, for each category, brothers have deemed this as being favorable. This is our Net Promoter Score. So every year we ask brothers how likely they are to recommend IYT. That says a lot, especially for young people, right? If young people, they don't mess with you, they'll let you know. And so we ask young people this, and 71% of them ranked it a 10 out of 10, and so on and so forth. So what we're seeing is that brothers are appreciative enough of what they're being get. There's a value added that's being presented to where they're encouraged to offer this to their friends. I'm gonna just let you all read this, and then you'll be able to hear from our brothers directly. But this question was, please tell me how IYT impacted your life in ways outside of school. All right, now let's look at some academic indicators. So this is looking at year-over-year comparison of the fall semester. So looking at last year, 22-23, compared to this past fall semester. And what we can see is that Cordova High School, 50% of the brothers that had Ds, 50% of students had less Ds and Fs, the following semester. Mills and Mitchell, again, an opportunity, an area in which we've got to grow. Our indicator, what we try to look for is anywhere between that 45 to 50%, because we know we can't transform young people overnight, and that it's a process. But these are some of the indicators over the past year. One other thing I would say too is that students, if you look at spring of last year compared to fall, the numbers were showed greater gains. This here is looking at behavior, same thing, compared year over year. And what you can see is that this is measuring students that have been in the program 2 or more semesters. 59% of the students had an increase in attendance rate. I know that's important to schools as it pertains to ADA dollars and things of that nature. 39% of students that had chronic absenteeism were no longer chronically absent, and then 45% decreased the overall number of behavior incidents. So this just captures those students that have, again, had 1 or more behaviors and are comparing it year over year. I won't spend much time on this, but a huge part of what we do is college tours, because we want to expose brothers to college campuses to be able to spark an interest. And again, many of them stated that from going to those college tours that inspired them to want to be able to attend and apply themselves in the classroom. So here are some of the longer outcome data. We talked about sense of belonging, we talked about attendance behavior, but at the end of the day, forgive me, where are students going? 100% of the students have graduated high school on time. 57% of those students were A through G eligible, and we have a 90% college going rate. So again, some going to community colleges, four-year institutions, and that's in alignment with what we're trying to accomplish through the 1300 campaign. And then this one is just disaggregating out by brothers that have been in the program for 2 or more semesters. And again, you see those data points reflected there. I'm going to conclude there because I'm getting long-winded. I appreciate the time, and I'll pass it back over to Dr. Peace. Thank you.
When we began the journey with IYT, I just wanted to share some data that is revealing. And while IYT and Earth Mama Healing aren't the only reasons for this improvement, we have a multi-pronged approach where we, shifted from exclusionary discipline practices to more restorative practices. But this is just some data to chew on. In the 2019-20 school year, the suspension rate was 19.9% for African American students, and while we only represented 4.7% of the population. African American students were performing at the lowest in the red category, according to the California dashboard. The most recent data from the dashboard indicates suspensions are at 12%, and we are now in the orange on the dashboard. We also see the greatest improvement in chronic absenteeism, which has dropped over 14% just from last year. So Black students are now in the yellow when we were in the red. So I would say that that is something to be celebrated and a significant growth. With improved attendance and reduction of exclusionary discipline practices, we are creating conditions to improve African American student achievement data. And I'm confident that through our continued efforts as a district and continuous funding for programs as such, we can see gains in English language arts, mathematics, college and career readiness, and graduation rates. So as I previously mentioned, the data that was presented to you this evening was collected from FCUSD staff and through our shared partner data use agreement with PowerSchool. During the 24-25 school year, both organizations are committed to their collaboration with school sites, and I will continue to conduct regular school site visits. One thing I know about this work is that in order for programs to thrive, it requires an authentic partnership between the organization and the school site. So it can't be IYT's in here, Earth Mama's Healing there, and we don't know what's going on. It's an integrated approach where schools have to collaborate and partner with our partners in order to yield the greatest results. So before we conclude the presentation and open it up for questions, I'd just like to share one testimonial from a student that I had the privilege of interacting with at Cordova High School this year. I went to make an observation, and there happened to be a young man in the room meeting with his IYT mentor, and I just asked him about the program itself, how he was feeling about it, and he shared with me that IYT was the reason why he decided to start coming to school regularly. And so I've had similar experiences with Earth Mama Healing. When I go to the sessions, the young ladies are thoroughly engaged. They are loving every minute and often disappointed that it's time for them to go back to class. So in my professional opinion, qualitative statements like this are invaluable and often are more telling than any qualitative or quantitative data that we can provide. It's crucial that we listen to the voices of students who are directly impacted by these efforts. And so thank you for your time, and I'm opening it up for questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Peace, for that. And Ms. Rolanda, is she here?
No, I'm here.
Oh. I've had opportunities to work with you just recently at a convening through SCOE, and, just to hear about your programs. And, there's so much that you didn't mention about the road trip and We Inspire and Queens Rise and all that. I mean, those are some great programs. And I mean, we got to continue to work with our girls. I did have a question for you. Do you work with other organizations? And I'm going to throw it out there to my own horn, Sierra Health,
Yeah.
Greater Sacramento Urban League, Black Child Legacy, there are 7 CILs, soon to be 8. Do you work with them as well?
Yes, I do. I work with them, and I also work with Sacramento Sister Circle. I
Okay,
work with Our Rightful Place. I believe in collaboration
absolutely.
because that's how you make community.
Okay.
Yes, I do work with all of them. I have a
All
whole
right.
history
No, I
working
just
with them.
had to ask, and I'll make sure that you're included on the correspondence that we have through our CIL, especially with Black Girls Hill and Elevated Youth California, because I think our girls or queens can benefit from that.
Yes, sir.
So just thank you, and I look forward to our next convening. I don't know when that is, but it's coming.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
All right. And I know Mr. Casper is still here, right? I just want to tell you that I love IYT and the programs, and I've had the opportunities to visit, obviously, Cordova, Mills, and Mitchell, and hang out with these young men from time to time. The mentor program, do you normally get those kids that you mentor to become mentors once they graduate from high school and go into college? Do they normally come back?
Yeah, so about 45% of our mentors make up of, like, they're products of College Academy. So they've taken part, some of them starting as early as middle school and now in our second, third, fourth years. The reality is I'm getting old, and so I'm not as hip.
Right. I understand. Trust me, I get that. You have a paid internship program, right?
Do.
And and how do the boys actually qualify for that, or how do they get into that paid mentorship program?
Yeah, I was talking to one of the young men. I was trying to recruit him. He was mentioning he had another job opportunity, so I think I was able to sell him. But this year, yeah, we have a 6-week internship program. We partnered with SMUD. We have some of the brothers that will work out of our headquarters. We also have some of them that work in the Capitol. So we have 20 placements with different assembly members and so on, so they can understand how they can advocate for communities in which they come from. But yeah, it takes place over the summer, and they just go through an application process.
Oh, okay, sounds good. And again, I look forward to working with you, our continued work together for our young kings. And then another question I have: when's the next sneaker ball?
September. Yeah, so make sure you get your
Yeah,
special edition.
I'll wait for my invite,
Yeah,
but
you
I'll
were clean
definitely
last
be
year.
there. I know. I'll definitely be there again. But thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Any other questions?
We have public comment, so yeah. All right, Alex Viatoa.
Good evening. Again, my name is Alex Viatoa. I am the program manager for IYT at Cordova High School. You'll be hearing from a couple of my brothers, Dion and Malachi. I'm going to speak of the impact of IYT from kind of 2 vantage points. One as a former young man of color, and also as the program manager. As a young man of color, I was blessed to be able to go to college, but as the first person to actually graduate in my family, and go on to that next step, I had no guidance on how to get there and how to succeed. Probably is the reason why it took me about 7-8 years to graduate college. But that's why something like IYT is very important. As far as kind of being able to be efficient in the way that young men of color can actually access college and get through it is something that's very invaluable. I don't know if that's something that you can kind of put in numbers, but as far as the intangible of having that guidance, that's something that I will always cherish and something I wish I would have had. Speaking as the program manager, I'm responsible for the day-to-day operations as far as IYT at Cordova. So that's the mentorship sessions that my group of mentors pull these young men out and go over academics, but also the mental health side of being a young man of color in high school. We are able to have 20 to 30 minutes every 2 weeks and have that kind of check-in that really gauges more than just how's everything going at home. It gives them an opportunity to be safe and really expose themselves in a world that they're not really used to doing so. So as far as the mentorship sessions are going, we have after-school programming where I have anywhere from 20 to 40 brothers come after school, and we'll do a study hall and kind of do a task that helps them tie a tie or kind of how to ace a job interview, things that many of these brothers don't have the opportunity to be taught at home. And then I'll go ahead and finish that with being able to expose these brothers to college campus tours, conferences, manhood conferences, brotherhood conferences, teaching them how to kind of be beyond college. That's something that I feel like you got to be able to kind of rekindle that fire with these young men really early. And as you can see, I have some of my brothers that are coming up. They are the brothers that bought in and are going to be going places soon. So with that, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Cameron McHill.
Good evening. My name is Cameron Michael, and I am the program manager at Mills Middle School and Mitchell Middle School. My experience with IYT, first coming into the job, what attracted me to it was the opportunity to work with young men of color. And from my experience, from my knowledge, there hasn't been a lot of programs in this area who solely focuses on young men of color. So when I seen the job, I took the opportunity and tried to apply. And once I got here, I found that it was way more than just focusing on grades and getting into college. The part I like about IYT is that we get to expose our brothers to things in the area. That's just for taking them to college tours and football games. A lot of them haven't experienced that, even though Sacramento State's so close and like UC Davis. So just seeing them get out of their house and get into a new area, see them in a new atmosphere, it really opened their eyes to what college is about. And like, it really motivated them to be better students and to actually have the dreams to go to school. So with that, I feel like after school programming, the mentor sessions, parent engagement, all those things help our brothers to improve and to strive to be their best. And I've been with IYT for 2 years now. And just looking back, I have two of my brothers here. One's from this year at Mitchell, and one's actually graduated and is in high school now. So just seeing them just growing up and just seeing their progression throughout their career, and it's really a blessing to see. And that's why I really like to do this type of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jaleel Baker. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I'm glad to be here on behalf of IYT. I'm just going to keep it very brief and just announce some of our next public comment speakers. We have 3 young brothers that are a part of the programs and also a parent that are going to provide a little bit of testimony about how the program has impacted them and, you know, a little bit about their success stories and maybe, you know, just give a little context as to what would happen or the impact that, you know, the emptiness of leaving these programs would have on these students. So without further ado, I'll leave it to the 3 brothers that are here and also our parent. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Isaiah Martinez Benitez.
Hello, my name is Isaiah Martinez Benitez. I'm a student from Mills Middle School, and I'm part of the IYT program. Being part of this program, being part of the IBT program, the program brings me, this past year has taught me how to express my feelings, and I like being part of discussions about college and my future in football. I'm trying to figure out what I want to accomplish. This program helped me with my grades, and I like the tours they take me on. It makes me happy, and I like the staff people here, and they help me a lot with my classes, and they bring me up when it gets tough. And this is my first year in IYT, and it helped me a lot.
Thank you. Valeria Benitez.
Hello, my name is Valeria Benitez. I'm a parent of an IYT student from Mills Middle School.
My son was getting off track in school and having behavior issues. I was doing everything I could to get him back on the right path. Luckily, somebody saw his struggle and referred him to the IYT program. This is his first year in the program, and since he has joined, I have seen positive changes, not only in behavior, but also in grades. And for the first time, he has started talking about his future goals and furthering his education. None of this would have been possible if it weren't for the IYT program. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Dion Franklin.
My name's Dion Franklin. I attend Cordova High School. I'm 14 going into my sophomore year, and I consider IYT as family. IYT has impacted me by improving my social and communication skills, and it gave me more confidence to speak to people like I am right now. I didn't go to a college tour, but I did one of the Brotherhood conferences, and I enjoyed it because I seen people from other schools that I recognized, and I got to catch up with them. IYT has made me better as a student because they pushed me to work smarter and harder. My GPA rose when I spoke to my mentor, and she helped me with my grades. They taught me to take things serious and not to finish work at the last second, but to show teachers that you care and have passion about grades. A service that helped me during IYT was our mentors. The mentors really showed that they cared to help us when we were serious about schoolwork. I've been in IYT for 2 years in middle school, but coming into high school, I didn't know as much people as I do now. IYT helped me socialize and meet new people that I had a lot of similarities with. I hope to stay with IYT throughout the rest of my years in high school, and thank you for listening.
Next up, we have Malachi Gorman.
Hello, my name is Malachi Gorman. I'm going to be a senior this next following year at Cordova High School. I've been a member of IYT going on the last 2 years, approaching my third. IYT has been a major impact in my life and not just in school. They have helped me improve my health physically and mentally, my social skills, athletic ability, and performance, and even my confidence in myself. Before IYT program, I did not see the point in college or even had an idea where I was going to go. I didn't know what I wanted to major in or what I wanted to be. But with IYT, it showed me I can take the biggest step forward academically and athletic-wise. I went from a 2.5 at the end of the first semester, junior year, to a 3.1 by the end of the school year. This was a huge accomplishment for me and my family, an accomplishment supported by the IYT, due to them being a persistent, consistent, encouraging, motivated program in the school. They sat with me and worked through every problem I had. There was even times where I really wasn't motivated to do classwork, and I would say I didn't have any. IYT was always on top of it by contacting teachers and talking to other students about if they had homework and if they shared a class with me. I know now what I want to do, with the plan going to college to study in medical to become a nurse, not limited with the skills and talents I have, making me able to play basketball at the college level or junior college level. I've been on 2 out-of-the-city trips with IYT, one being to San Francisco State and the other to Folsom Lake College, and they both were highly impactful to my education and social ideas and lifestyle. All of this I just stated has proved that IYT has been a great promotion influence to me and a lot of other students. I'm excited and I can't wait to see what the next school year brings to me and my school with the IYT program. And I can't wait to see my goals and new accomplishments achieved. Thank you.
Next up, we have Lyric Pugh. She already spoke, okay. Olivia Timla. She already spoke, okay. Kylie already spoke. Is it Ariza? Ariza? All they did, okay. So it looks like last one is Earl Smith. Thanks, Dr. Peace.
Hello, board, Dr. Clegan, the awesome brothers here. I'm inspired by hearing what I just heard and the presentation from both. Why is this not at Folsom High School? Why is it not at Vista? I mean, 2 years, my child is feeling isolated. The numbers are low, And as Black people, there's very little support. And you're hearing what happens when there's support. We want to stick together as Black people, as African Americans, or even as Native Americans. But when you don't know where to maneuver, I mean, I'm even shocked that there's no Black student union at Folsom High School. We had it at my high school, Anaheim High School. We used to take trips to Cal State Fullerton. It was a fun day. We got out of class, we got free lunch, we went. But one of the most rewarding things is I got to sit in a college class. And in my shock, I understood what was going on. So I was no longer afraid to go to college. And my extended family that I didn't grow up too close with are doctors and professors with money. But my father's side, most of them can't read. So it was scary for me to go to college. But seeing that example, and here we have this example. So again, why is this not at Folsom High School? Why is this not at Vista? Thank you.
Thank you. Any online? Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Yes. Mr. Casper, and I know Malachi, you were at the Men of Color conference at Folsom Lake, right? It would be great to get most of the IYT group there next time, working with President Pimentel. Would love to see you out. And Mr. Evans, I appreciate your comment. And yeah, you're right. Maybe we do need it out at, Smith, I'm sorry. We'll need it out at Folsom because I think it would be great. So maybe that's something that we can look into to see that program expand and grow a little bit more because they are making great strides and they are making a difference. And I know two of the young men that go to Cordova and Malachi. And are you still balling? Okay, I'm watching. So anyway, hopefully we can expand that. But I want to thank you both for your presentations, and I look forward to working with you.
Yeah, I actually had written the same question as to why we don't have it in Folsom as well. Superintendent, is this funded through Title I funding, or where's the funding for this?
Supplemental funds.
Supplemental? I'm wondering if we couldn't find some funding to bring this to the Folsom schools as well. I know, obviously, we have more funding available for Rancho Cordova, but it is a phenomenal, two phenomenal programs. We should try to find some way to bring it to Folsom if possible.
We've already made note of that. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you guys both for your presentations. It's obvious when you see the kids come up and the photos, the joy that you guys are bringing to kids' lives, and I really, really appreciate that. There's just a light with the kids, and that's very reflection of your work, so I really appreciate that. And thank you to Dr. Pease for all your work with these groups and what you do for us. So thank you so much. So fantastic. Thank you all so much for coming. Okay, we'll move on to discussion item B, New Pacific Charter School Material Revision Proposal.
Yes, this evening we have a request from the CEO of New Pacific Charter School for 2 revisions to their existing charter, and I'm going to invite Dr. Huber to come up and share the presentation of what the changes are.
Thank you. And the slideshow. Oh, is the clicker? Oh, I thought. Thank you, Mr. Martin. So we have 2 material revisions that our new charter partner has proposed to staff here at Folsom Cordova, and there are specifically a name change and then also a request for independent study. So New Pacific would like to request to change the name from it right now as New Pacific School, and instead it would become New Pacific Charter, which would align the school more closely with the other charter schools within the system, within their network. And then the second proposal is an independent study proposal. And what they would like to do is create add on an independent study component to the program that they currently have. The reasons laid out in the material revision are to offer a full site program with limited personnel for high school grade levels. That's the current issue for them right now, is that they do have limited personnel. And then also in terms of the facility they have, the current facility location is not really conducive to accommodate secondary students as secondary students start to come on to their program. And then also we just did added the last bullet simply to highlight the fact that as of today, all the other aspects of the legal updates are up to date in terms of the petition. In terms of staff recommendations, we have absolutely no objection to the proposed name change to New Pacific Charter. In terms of the independent study, staff does not support the proposed independent study program. I won't read all the bullets to you, but simply put, the original petition, this was an on-ground, basically an in-seat program. And in terms of the reasons laid out in the material revision, most of the reasons did reflect more of a focus on the monetary issues or the facility issues. There was not really a lot shared in terms of how exactly it would benefit students. There was not a lot of evidence in terms of how it would be, the design would be blended to successfully serve student populations. It didn't talk anything in terms about independent study instructional materials or strategies. So again, we felt the focus was mostly on the monetary aspect and the facility aspect rather than the impact on students. Also, it was noted earlier, there currently is a moratorium on independent study as it relates to charters. Now, this was added here as a point simply of reference. It does not impact whether or not you can decide yay or nay on an independent study program. It's just the moratorium refers to a brand new independent study program. But staff did feel that because New Pacific, basically the majority of their schools are independent study program schools, that secondary students could choose to go there if they wanted to, if they wanted an independent study program, until New Pacific reached a level that they could house in-seat program for secondary. So there was that option for them. So again, staff's recommendation is to approve the name change, New Pacific Charter, but we would recommend not to approve an independent study program.
Questions from the board?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Huber, for that information on that. So just jotted down a couple of notes, and we were talking about one of the reasons why they wanted to go to this independent study model was limited personnel. Does that mean teachers or?
Yeah, that's correct. As I understand it, and Dr. Kiefer is here, as I understand it, there is that the need to fill in the personnel is an issue everybody's struggling with, statewide. And so that is one of the reasons for an independent study program, is it would allow them a little more flexibility in that regard.
Okay, as I recall, when we were discussing the charter schools, that recruiting teachers was going to be a challenge. And I think that's come into fruition, that there's not enough teachers. So the other question I had when New Pacific came to us, it was their model of in-person, where we have students in person, basically kids and seats and, classroom setting. What I'm surprised with now is that we want to go to a model of independent study. What changed? I mean, I've heard your explanation on it, but I mean, it's just something that you're going to sell us again on, that now we offer independent study as well as in person, because the main reason, and I think the reason why the board voted for this was, competition is good. We'll have kids and seats and everything else. But now the programs change. So, I don't think this is an action item, but I'm more inclined to go with staff recommendation on that, and unless my colleagues can convince me otherwise.
It's not an action item. It will be the next time we meet. We wanted to, the material revision document is substantial, so we definitely wanted you to have enough time to go through that.
Absolutely.
There is an aspect of students being able to do their independent study while they're on ground at the facility. So there is that ability there, but the facility issue, as I understand it, that's why they did want the flexibility, was because of the fact that it might be problematic depending on the number of students in terms of housing them in the current facility. So, but there was a component in the material revision. You'll see that they do talk about the kids would be doing some of that independent study work while in the facility. So I just wanted to call that out.
Okay. That's all I have for right now.
You already spoke to this, but I am an advocate for innovative education opportunities for kids. And my only thought when I was reading through this was that I know that the bigger the Pacific Charter Institute offers that same type of program elsewhere. And I don't believe there's any requirements in terms of, or by looking at I just looked it up, there would be no county restrictions if a child wanted to attend one of those independent study programs that already exist. And so the switch from what they were originally wanting to offer versus what they already do offer just in a different school raises questions for me, because they do offer that to students that are enrolled within their school system. So I think that that option is still available for students if they wish to go that route. So,
any other comments, questions?
Well, actually, I kind of would be curious, Dr. Kiefer, can you answer that question? Because I kind of inclined to agree with Ms. Lofthouse.
Yes, I want to say, first, I appreciate working with the district. It's been great working with Dr. Huber, and it's been a great first year. A lot of growing pains, but great. It's very specific what we're trying to accomplish, and certainly it's not the camel's nose under the tent. It really is, we have a 400 student max, and to be able to put together a comprehensive high school with a 400 student max that's TK-12, it'll be virtually impossible because the requirements to set a school like that up. So if the minimum would be at least 4 teachers for 100 students, and if we're already at, the numbers just won't work with the cap. What we want to emulate is the program that's Venture Academy out of San Joaquin County, which is they run their ADA through independent study, allowing them the flexibility that we've talked about, but the students are held accountable to be on campus. That's all that we're trying to do. And we're not trying to create a full-blown high school program. We're trying to maintain a small high school program that is a continuation from the 8th grade. What I could imagine that first year, if we were not able to have this concession, would be 38th graders going into a full-fledged high school that requires 4 teachers. It would be impossible to do that, and we would go bankrupt. So we won't do that. So by not adjusting this so we can at least have an independent study program that looks like what they were going through with a different type of ADA, we could have those 20 to 30 students doing independent study, but they're doing site-based work of project-based learning, Leader and Me, being able to work through the community college system. So that's all we're trying to do. And so I appreciate what you're saying. The other issue is, as those 8th graders leave us, we are currently 6 different LEAs have their own waiting lists. So they wouldn't just automatically be able to jump to one of our schools. They would have to apply and then be accepted through the lottery process. And so there's no guarantee they could even stay within our system, and which would be fine. If they chose to go to the district, that's completely fine. But that continuity of instruction, that continuity of what they had from their younger years, much like Improve Your Tomorrow, That continuity is what we'd be trying to keep.
But, so my follow-up question with that is, if you have, 6 or 7 LEAs? What
We
did
have
you just say?
six LEAs.
Okay, so within those 6 LEAs, my guess, also knowing how those wait lists work, oftentimes they apply, say, they're deciding the end May, they put in that application, very high unlikelihood that those students would not get in by the start of school year. There's
Sure.
wait lists at charter schools, 100 students deep with independent study programs that get in before school starts. So a lot of times that staffing happens in the meantime. So they apply in May, we see, okay, we need staffing for X number of students. So that staffing happens over the summer, and then those students, within those 6 schools,
Sure.
that very small number of students would find a place.
Certainly. What's at issue is a continuity of instruction. And so those students wouldn't be able to be an independent study of another one of our schools and then attend that location because of Shasta v. Anderson, which states that no charter school may have a authorizer within the county, within a district, and be served at a school site within the county that is being served. So we wouldn't be able to have those students attend that school site and stay within the Shasta v. Anderson decision, which made that clear. I mean, they can go somewhere else, but they wouldn't be able to keep the program as it is unless they're willing to travel to Rio Linda where the school is authorized, or they enroll, I mean, I guess there is a possibility if they enroll to the Lodi school and then came back. I mean, it's tricky, right? It's tricky, it's one that I didn't want to do, but I didn't realize what I got into with how much high school was going to draw with the cap on the 400 students. It created a nexus that just was, we didn't account for.
Mr. Reed?
Dr. Kiefer, if the economics doesn't support a K-12 because of the costs of 9 through 12, why not just simply refocus all of your energy to having one heck of a K through 8 and not waste any energy on trying to do a 9 through 12?
And I appreciate that, and that's certainly top of mind of focusing on that. And so, thank you, Mr. Reed. I agree. But I also, I know many instances across the state where a K-8 program doesn't have a 9th grade for them to go to, and then those students go someplace that maybe doesn't fit what the parents were looking for. That's, it's not a fight I want to have, what we're talking about, but it is something, just draw your attention. We're not close to that. We're a few years away. So at least it's something that's been discussed. And thank you so much again.
And I would say, I do share some of the concerns raised by Mr. Clark and Ms. Lofthouse, but I also want to be on record to say I support the name change that they're seeking.
I just have a quick question for Dr. Huber. So we have a charter school that goes to K through 8. Where do majority of our K through 8 kids end up after?
At Folsom Cordova Community Charter. So it kind of widely depends. It's actually one of the things that we're going to start drilling down into a little bit, is a little bit better tracking of them afterwards. We do have some that go into our comprehensives. Quite a few go into other independent study. We get some of them at Walnutwood. And then there are other independent study programs around us. I know Visions and Options gets a few of those as well. So there's a variety of choices that students who don't want the comprehensive experience have access to.
So we have a pathway. We kind of have a toolbox already for some of those kids to go to.
In our district, there is, I would say we have probably one of the most robust independent study offering programs. Between, if you want to be going to school every single day, you do that Innovations Academy, which is still somewhat of an independent study program in terms of the way it's the curriculum they're used, but you're working each day in a period with your teacher. So that's very different than like Walnutwood, which is a very classic independent study program, and more self-motivated, where you're meeting with your teachers, as needed, or you're going to tutoring sessions as needed, as you progress along the curriculum. So yeah, we have quite a few offerings, and besides the ones that are all around us in terms of the other things that are offered by other either charters or districts.
Thank you. Yeah, I personally am kind of a fan of a toolbox approach to education, as far as, what do we have in our toolbox, and do we have all the parts and pieces? So it kind of sounds like we kind of already have pathways for the K through 8s. So it sounds like we would be kind of double layering some of what we already kind of offer. That's kind of what my thought
That was one of the staff's objections, is simply the fact that both New Pacific as well as our district, there is a lot of independent study offerings.
Yeah, I think I would be more supportive if we didn't have that and we had a void there. We were, losing kids in the area to something different, but it sounds like it doesn't sound, I know we have that already. So I kind of would be kind of more supportive to say yes to the name change, no to the high school, just because we already have that kind of offering already. And it would just be kind of drawing away from some of those existing programs that we already have. So any other comments or questions? Any public comments online? No? Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so I guess we go back. Okay, I'm getting whiplash. Okay, we will open the public hearing for the Local Control and Accountability Plan, the LCAP 24-25 through 26-27.
Thank you. And tonight, Elena Cabrera is going to highlight some of the themes that came out from our meetings with our community partners this year. We are in the process of creating a new 3-year LCAP, and these themes have actions associated with them and budget associated with them. But tonight is public hearing to hear public's comments. And I know we don't have a formal presentation, Ms. Cabrera, but first of all, I want to thank you for your work and your leadership through the LCAP process, and then maybe just hit on some of the highlight themes that came from the partner meetings.
For sure. I do want to highlight the themes, and they are included, of course, in this plan. And before jumping into those, really just noting that there are 4 goals also included in the plan, but there's a 5th goal because of the need for equity multiplier. So that also gives you a little bit more information about what that requires and who that is pertaining to as far as schools or specific groups and the outcomes. So there's just some things. There's a lot of pages to cover, and certainly my goal is not to do that, as Dr. Klegan said. I'm really just going to go over what we gathered from the input from our educational partners and what are the themes that came together from that. So, so if you're looking at the LCAP itself, I'm going to try to see if I can go by the page numbers or it really just in the description itself, and that highlight the rationale of the actual item. When we do the data walks, or when we do the surveys, which are known through the thought exchange, we gather feedback from many of our educational partners, which are highlighted in a section called Educational Partners. This year, the difference in the LCAP is it really wanted us to identify, of course, as we have who the partners are, but to also list out their purpose and their date. So you'll see that highlighted. So the many partners, which include parents, students, of course, our teacher groups, our classified group, the themes that you see in here include things such as increased behavioral supports, particularly in primary grades, to address behavior and improve learning outcomes. A call for more teachers and principals of color to better represent the student body. Maintaining programs like Spanish Saturday School and improving school safety measures. More training and higher pay for teachers, special ed teachers, to reduce turnover and burnout. And some of these things are, of course, require steps of negotiation. So this is the input that we're getting. More bilingual Spanish staff for better communication between parents, students, and teachers. A desire for more academic math and English language arts support outside of the classroom, after school and tutoring, etc. Requests for increased counseling, continued mental health support, and integration of education equity and district initiatives. Increased positive teacher-student relationships. I skipped one. More trained personnel to support difficult student behavior, and a desire for more diversity in our teaching staff. Identified need for increased targeted supports for the highest need student groups, with focus on foster English learner and low-income students in early intervention. And last highlight here is provide services to support the educational needs of American Indian, Alaskan Native students, such as culturally responsive teaching and engagement opportunities. What you'll find as you go through the actions of the 4 different goals is that there's a lot of what we call comprehensive approaches to how we're going to, these actions are comprehensive. They might require what I like to use is, excuse me, Sean, is nouns, which is people, things, and services. So that comprehensive approach of hiring people, buying the things that are needed, and then contracting with the services that may enhance, such as contracting with services such as IYT or Earth Mama Healing, buying the materials, it could be supplemental materials or resources, or hiring those mental health support employees, the behavior specialists, providing the training that may be. So you'll see those comprehensive approaches in the actions within the LCAP, okay? So a takeaway here, as you go through it, when you look at the LCAP, it does begin with what we affectionately term as a BOP, the Budget Overview for Parents. In other words, it shows the different budgets included in the LCAP. I do want to highlight this year that you'll see all the budgets in there, not only for the supplemental, but for the learning recovery, as well as the Title I dollars, as well as educator effectiveness, correct? And then lastly, the equity multiplier were included in this year's LCAP. Along with, like I mentioned, the 4 goals, which begin with the students, their student learning, monitoring their progress in many categories. 2, engaging our partners from students to parents to teachers to our leaders, community members. And 3, providing that access through professional development, ensuring that we are looking at all of our students and our needs and supporting that, whatever it is that employees and students need, so that we are ensuring access A through G, et cetera. And then goal 4, really looking at our basic systems, making sure that we're supporting our credentialing process, our facilities that are in great repair, and making sure that we have the materials that students need to learn. And then just looking at safety overall. So those are the general 4 themes in our general themes in our 4 goals. And you might have said, this sounds very familiar to the priorities, and they are very aligned, with that 5th one being, again, equity multiplier. So there's a lot that I've said here. And in this time, it's really an opportunity for you to look at the LCAP in its entirety, and I'm here to answer or try to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions? No? Okay. Any public comments? Online? Okay.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will close this public hearing. And we will gavel into the next public hearing. Public hearing amendment to the resolution of formation of School Facilities Improvement District, SFID number 4. And we will open that hearing.
And this is the first step of looking at our SFID 4, and Ed Code provides that we can amend the resolution for formation to increase the amount of bond funds issued to finance facilities within that SFID. And as we look at the cost of future facilities, we believe this is a good next step, but it requires a public hearing first, and then approval and adoption of that resolution as the next step after that. If there are other specific questions, I'm sure Sean could weigh in on that too.
Questions? We've got public comment. Okay. All right. James Garcia.
Hello, I'm James Garcia. I'm a community member in Rancho Cordova. Also helped out on the advisory board for SFID 3. So with that knowledge and now learning about SFID 4 coming back up for an increase. So wanted to know, it says that it's not to exceed $1.5 billion. How much is already authorized in that SFID 4? Is this so we can issue district-wide bonds, or is it only for SFID 4? That we have to raise that up to $1.5 billion. Is this to repair all Rancho Cordova schools completely, or is it to just for future growth, because at this point, SFID 4 should not have a need for new schools unless we tear down existing schools. So what's it gonna do? So these are some of my concerns with it. Also, as a result of that advisory, we were really disliking, we weren't really happy with the idea of SFIDs. It kind of pitted cities against each other. By having one city pay for its own and then now having a joint one with SFID 3, it really created animosity and distrust amongst the communities. We were able to kind of put our differences aside, create hopefully a happy medium, but as a result of that, there was an awful lot that wanted to abolish and get rid of all the SFIDs and make it all district-wide. So I'm really hoping that's something that we can do instead. Make it be a district, be a unified school district, not city against city. So that would be my recommendation on this. Don't raise this unless you have to in order to issue a district-wide bond. If you're gonna do it just for our district, no, don't do it. It's not worth it. We've already have it, now we're gonna be double taxed yet again. So we will be taxed for this particular issuance of bond for our city only, and then we'll be taxed again when we have to go for that district-wide bond to be able to repair and fix SFID 3. But there's other SFIDs out there, and all of them want something out of it. So make it a district-wide, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Any online comment? No? Okay. Okay, we will gavel out of this public hearing. And we will move to item 12, which is discussion action. Adoption resolution number 06-06-24-40, amending the resolution of formation of school facilities improvement district SFID number 4.
And this follows the public hearing. I'm going to ask Mr. Martin if he'd like to add any other information.
Just a little bit. This action will have no financial impact. It is only, the purpose of it is only increasing the potential authorization amount for SFID 4. If the board was to want to look at that and potentially we might be bringing something at the next meeting. So this is a first step in the process. This is actually not an implementation that would actually increase debt service of any sort. I would share that the reason why we continued the process of looking at a bond for SFID 4 separate from a district-wide is the dollar amount and capacity for a district-wide bond realistically would not be able to fulfill all the needs that have been identified for the Rancho Cordova schools. And so I think when we bring this information to the board at the next meeting, what we will talk about is the scope of the needs for Rancho Cordova schools, and that if it was part of a district-wide bond, there wouldn't be enough dollars when allocated out to all the different communities and needs. There wouldn't be sufficient to do the requests and the activities that what have been identified for that area. And so that's why we're looking at an SFID 4 and then also a district-wide. Potentially, that is the recommendation from the committee, which we'll talk about in a little bit. All right.
Any comments? Yeah, Mr. Reed.
Yeah. So with the SFID 4 proposal that will be coming before us, these schools basically date back to the 1950s and 1960s, correct?
The majority of them do.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the I guess the real issue that needs to be resolved. These schools are in concerning state of repair, and if we did a district-wide bond, we wouldn't have enough money to repair these schools, as well as deal with all the other infrastructure. So we would be keeping these schools in a more dilapidated state than I guess in essence what we're trying to do here is similar to what Measure G did in Folsom, correct? Measure G renovated and enhanced Folsom schools. It was Folsom taxpayers voted for it. And we got improvements at Oak Chan, Carl Sundell, Folsom Hills, Theater Judah, Folsom High, just the Lago. Gosh, I mean, every school got something, but we had major facility enhancements at a number of the sites based on the Measure G. So in essence, this is kind of a parallel to the Measure G, but for the older side of north of 50 of Rancho Cordova. I mean, wouldn't that be a fair?
I would take the wording of dilapidated in our Rancho schools, I wouldn't consider them to that level. But what I would say is yes, to some level there is the issue, and I think what we're talking about here is the board recognized that the Rancho Cordova schools were not at the same level as Folsom schools or some of our newer schools, which would be on the Folsom side. I mean, obviously we have Navigator, which isn't built at the same timeline as majority of the Folsom schools. But what I would say is that based off of what the board gave us direction with regards to the needs of what we want to have at our schools, it would require additional bond dollars, right? And a district-wide bond definitely creates parity in the sense that everybody is paying for it, but the amount of dollars we would get, understanding that we would try to make sure all schools were impacted with those dollars, but also understand that the new development south of Highway 50 would get a chunk of those to build schools there. It wouldn't be at the same level, and it wouldn't have the same impact, even close to what we can do by passing a bond in SFID4 specifically, right?
Let me try asking this in a different way.
Okay.
So if SFID4 bond is adopted, will the bonding capacity be able to renovate or improve or replace all of the infrastructure that we want to do north of 50 in Rancho Cordova?
I would say, depending on the scope, I would say the majority of the work could be accomplished, yes.
Really?
Yeah, I think there's always more way beyond that. I mean, I think realistically, if we were to pass, we're getting into details that really need to come at the next meeting with regards to a potential bond. But let's hypothetical, or as Don likes to say, supposal something. If we were to pass bonds that supported the schools, it would at least get us to the point of the first phases of kind of what the board has asked, which is making the campuses more in the style of what we have with our Folsom schools. It won't fix all of everything. No, there will never be. The truth is we will always be needing facility dollars because there's more to do than we have dollars. So I wouldn't say that everything will be accomplished, no. But the big targeted items, depending on how we phase it and do some of the work, we could get a lot of those projects done.
Okay, all right, so.
Zach?
All right, but so then when you layer on the district-wide bond, that we want to go to district-wide bonding, and this would be the last, if you will, SFID bonding.
Yes.
When we go to a district-wide bond, the funds from the district-wide bond, district-wide bond would also go to the area that is SFID4 to do additional enhancements that the SFID4 bond was not able to cover.
Correct, yes. Some of those dollars would be allocated to those school sites for also improvements to those schools. Because all community, what you try to do anytime you pass a district-wide bond is you try to target projects on all school sites, right? So that since all taxpayers are paying into that bond, everybody gets a slice of it. Now, a newer campus, maybe they don't need a whole new wing, but maybe we upgrade the technology or we do other things or shade structures or something like that, because that's a new school. But all schools would get some level of benefit of some sort to ensure that all taxpayers felt represented in that, yes.
And I will apologize for the word dilapidated, but sometimes when you go to some of the sites in a rainstorm, you'll know what I'm talking about.
No, I definitely, I mean, the rain is severe in our district, and so the wind goes sideways, and so we get leaks in brand new schools, right? That does happen, but I would say that I would put our schools, when it comes to the maintenance department and facility team, at the highest level.
Well, I agree. I think our school has phenomenal shape for our 70-year-old schools.
Yeah.
They're better than any other 70-year-old schools out there. So I would
that
agree
is
with you on
a
that.
for sure statement.
So really, the point of this one would be to just really kind of give a little parity between some of our Folsom schools and our Rancho schools.
That would be the goal for and, you know, we would bring it forward to the community. These conversations, you know, with the next meeting, we'll be bringing more details about that. And then we would be doing site-by-site visits to communicate to the community if potentially a bond was put on the ballot, yes. And, you know, another big piece that we want to reassure the community is that because the dollars would be specifically for those Rancho Cordova schools, any conversations or concerns about the district splitting or any of those types of things, those dollars would stay with the community, so.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, we have a motion.
I'll motion.
Motion by Ms. Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Clark.
Mr. Melchior.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Moving on to the next item, acknowledge receipt of School Facilities Improvement District SFID 3 Advisory Committee recommendations.
First of all, I want to thank Sean Martin, Kate Hazarian, and all those that served on the SFID 3 Advisory Committee meeting. The board put together this committee and approved the composition of the committee and also charged this group with answering 3 main questions. And through 3 different meetings that we've held with the committee, and we've had 2 board members attending as well as representatives to this committee, tonight we will have recommendations as a summary of answering the board's questions. So with that, Mr. Martin.
Of course. And I would share that we also had student board members on there as well. So
Good.
they enjoyed the pizza very much. And so really what you have here is we've presented to you each of the meetings and summarized. So I'm going to flip through some of this very quickly, especially due to the lateness of the hour. I think the takeaways from all of this conversation was we had 3 primary questions that the board asked of the committee. And so, you know, staff's task was, and I know that some of the community members didn't feel like there was enough time or enough flexibility with the question, you know, to work through the questions. And we completely understood that. We tried to work on that on the 3rd question. And I think we got a lot of positive input from the committee. And I would recognize Ms. Azaria and her leadership on that. So, at this point, I just wanted to remind the board didn't accept the 2nd recommendation because there was some concerns from the community. On this slide here, on slide 5, we really communicated that there was some inaccurate statements that were going out in the community, and we clarified that there was no recommendation going to the board that specific use of any dollars were to be allocated from one community to the other or vice versa. And that was not correct, and that we were going to, you know, transfer developer fee dollars and those other pieces. Those decisions would be in a future date, and those will be based upon needs and activities, whether or not we would issue more of Measure M or do other activities to settle up between to ensure that both communities got a fair distribution of Measure M dollars. There were questions. You can go through all of those. I really am going to probably just kind of get down to where we got to the decision-making from the community. Really, the 3rd question that came up was, where are we going to establish our first of 2 comprehensive high schools? Again, both the southwest and the southeastern portion of Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and we're intentionally trying to speak to that because really it's about the school district. We understand that communities overlap within that area, but we really, the committee especially spoke to the idea that we're one district, and we have to look at it as such for all students, and not be as focused on individualized communities in the decision-making. What we shared here was same in slides information we've shared with the board before on land acquisition costs, other impacts on how to determine the schools. As you can see here is we have what was the Folsom Ranch High School location and the middle school locations marked on the upper right side, and the lower left is the Mather Morrison Combo High School, Middle School. Those were based off of the original design. The committee asked for several bits of information about distances. We shared mileage. The truth is we really don't know exactly how long anything will take because until roads are completely constructed and we know traffic patterns and stoplights, So, we just did some estimation. We also shared, these were questions the committee asked for, was when we need our first high school in 2029, where will the students actually be coming from? And in 2034, when the second high school, needs to be in place, what is the breakdown demographically? Or not demographically, but geographically, I should say. And so then we also shared with the committee what, as a district, we normally look at as criteria to determine where the next school location is. And really, it's the community where the students are being generated from. And that is normally the primary driver of indicator of decision-making. The committee brought in additional criteria to look at and other ideas or thoughts of things we should think about when we're deciding where a high school is located. Came up with some great ideas, and I think there was a lot of consensus in all of these ideas and the direction from the committee. We were talking about building bridges and really how can we make it, regardless of where the school is decided, how can we make it so that both communities, or let's really speak to it, Folsom Cordova as a district feels as one district. That's the end goal that we really want to come to. And so based off of that, I think that the facts were the facts. I think everybody in the community committee agreed with the information with where the students are coming from and kind of where the needs are at this point. So really the committee made the recommendation that the school district should build the first of our 2 comprehensive high schools in the southeastern portion of Folsom Cordova Unified School District. However, they also thought we should try to take the same timing to look at steps to build a smaller specialty high school in the southwestern portion of the district. And then students in SFID 3 specifically would be able to go to either school and be able, regardless of where community you're in Folsom Cordova, and you'd have access, especially because those are the taxpayers that have paid for these first schools. We would offer transportation for those students who live significant distances. We would look at our distance routes, same thing we always do, and provide transportation options for those. Really, one of the things the committee said was we want to look at ourselves as Folsom Cordova, not Rancho Cordova or Folsom, but Folsom Cordova as a school district, which we love that idea and concept. So, I think really the idea there is, one of the things they said was when we're building these schools, especially the new schools down, we don't want to associate with the name Folsom or Rancho Cordova in it. So let's use names of maybe the local areas or other geographic things, or other things that we can do so that it's not a Folsom or Rancho Cordova school, it's a Folsom Cordova school, right? And that was the idea. So that was a recommendation, and also recognition of the community. They asked that we go back to Mangini and also at Alder Creek and include and thank the community and passing Measure M and supporting these schools, because they did take the lead on that. And so that is something we're going to incorporate on our Alder Creek plaque, and we'll go back and put something on it at Mangini, recognizing that, right? And recognizing both communities. It's both communities that pay, regardless of where the school is located, both communities supported that school, right? And helped pay towards it. So next steps, the 3 major questions that the board asked of the committee. One was the Measure M, and do we want to use the Measure M to continue to fund all the construction costs? And the answer from the committee, based off of the tax rates, based off the recommendation from both cities and the developers, they have serious concerns about the tax rates that would be impacting the community. They all recommended that we do not issue Measure M for the purposes of continuing to build out the remaining $500 million or so. But there is potential some access to find for that equitable distribution between the 2 communities. That equitable funding, that's that question 2. Allocate either funding based upon debt service payments that were through 2029, exclude the unincorporated areas. That gives us kind of a dollar amount that each community should receive. Based off of that, then we will work with the board on the timing of when those dollars are needed, but then that would allocate some dollars towards the Rancho Cordova side or the southwest side of the district. The third question was the location of the first high school, first of two high schools. I always say it that way so that the community knows where our plan is for two schools in that area, which we will have to do at some point just because of capacity issues. Will be located, or at least recommended by the committee, in the southeastern portion of the district, and then, but at the same time, working towards a specialty high school in the southwestern portion, which, really that conversation aligns with some of the programming needs that we have within our district when it comes to a more small school that potentially can still offer some of the other activities that a full comprehensive does, by still having access maybe to their original school of origin for sports and some of those types of things. So those are some of the things that we'll be working on here in the future, if given direction by the board. So next steps. As a staff, we need to start working on some of these things. So what we'd love to do is get, obviously tonight, really what you're doing is accepting just acknowledgement of the committee recommendations. But to be truthful, at this point, if we get just kind of general direction from the board, we will continue working on looking at a couple of big pieces that we need to be doing. Design work for the schools, right? We talked about reducing cost on our designs, looking at different styles, and also looking at the committee has recommended that the middle school, high school model, either with the shared spine or on the same campus, is a good cost savings measure that we believe we want to implement. So that's something unless we hear something otherwise from the board, we're gonna continue working on those processes. We were already working on some master planning components for certain areas within SFID 4, within SFID 3, but I think, really if we're looking at a district-wide bond conversation in 26, we need to do a master plan for the entire district so that everything is incorporated all in one, and that's gonna be a big project, so we need to get started on that. The funding levels, we really need to dive into that and determine the timelines. Again, we know that unless we go to a program model that is outside of what we currently do, we will not have capacity after around 2029 at our high school level. And so we do need to try to move forward rather quickly, probably 2026, to procure funding so that we can have that high school in place by 29, and the same with the small high school. We need funding to make both of those things happen. And so we're gonna need to, as part of the master plan, we work on the funding, we work on the bond, all of those things will happen in conjunction. Reviewing the recommendations from the committee at the study session, what we'd like to do is talk through those committee recommendations and see if the board wants those accept those recommendations as the actions, or if you guys would like to customize it, massage it, change them, and come forward with a board final decision on recommendations for some of those things, like capacity of our schools and some of the other decisions and recommendations that came from the committee. We need to talk about what is the scope of that small school. Are we wanting to look at, we've attended some other districts that had some very exciting pathway programs and models, right? But we want program to drive some of that, and then facilities to accommodate those programs. So we want to have it going in the right direction, but we also be, aware of the costs involved to put all those things in. So we need to, that's where Ed Services comes in, talks about those models, works with the board, and then gets board's vision and direction on that. So we can then put dollars to it, and the facility team can run with knowing how we want that school to look. But building a school like that from ground up and a model like that, normally when you see those pathway type programs, it's existing facilities, existing schools. This is a very unique opportunity to build this specialized school from the ground up. So we really have an opportunity to make this a jewel within Folsom Cordova as a district, of a model of what we can do with those kind of programs and services. So it's very, very exciting, to be honest. So, from our viewpoint as staff, what we would like to do is have you guys accept we acknowledge receipt of the recommendations. You're not accepting the recommendations because you need to analyze them yourselves as a board. Agree that we want to have a study session in probably late September or early October to really come back. So that gives staff time to start working on, and then knowing that we're going to be working on design work, some of these other pieces, understanding that we may, when we're starting working on design, we know that we may need to have some flexibility on what the board finally decides on, like enrollment side, capacity of our elementaries and secondary schools. You may come with a number different than the committee, but we know we can start working through that process and path. And so if the board is if I get head nods for that and acceptance of the acknowledged receipt, then we'll go ahead and move forward between now and that September, October timeline and start hitting the ground running.
Questions? Just being in that committee, first of all, I want to thank you for all your work on that. I want to thank Ms. Hazarian. It was amazing. I really feel like the energy by the time we got to meeting 3, the group was really kind of coming together and coalescing. And I think that once we kind of got to these recommendations, there was a lot of excitement in the room versus I think in meeting 1, there's a lot of trepidation and concern. And, I think by the time we got to this point, it was more visionary. And I think there was a lot more comfort level from meeting 2 to meeting number 3, as far as people feeling like they could sign off on these things. And the thing I think that excited everyone almost the most was the placard in front of the school saying, this school has been built by the communities of Folsom and Rancho Cordova. And I think it's really signifying that kind of joint effort from the communities. And so I almost felt like a lot of healing between 2 sides started to really take place in that room. And I'm hopeful that will continue as we move through the next stages of the process. And then just a lot of excitement about a small high school perspective as well. So thanks for the work on that. So if we have a motion to accept.
I'll move.
Oh, sorry, we have a couple public comments. Sorry. Oh, yep. Diana? As well. So go ahead, Diana.
Diana, are you there?
Oh, sorry. I have to take off my my volume. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, board members, Dr. Kaligian, staff, and members of the community. My name is Diana Laney, and I appreciate the opportunity to be part of the SFID 3 committee to discuss the next facilities to be built in our district. I'd like to especially thank staff for taking my comments regarding the need for more open discussion and collaboration to heart and incorporating that into the last meeting of the committee. I believe this last one was the most productive and collaborative meeting to date. There were great ideas from the group focused on delivering solutions to our communities. Among them, the opportunity to create expanded learning opportunities for our students by establishing a specialized academic high school in Rancho Cordova with expanded career and technical education programs to better prepare our students for the workforce after graduation. It is crucial for our district to provide learning opportunities that accommodate the various paths our students may choose, whether that be moving directly into the workforce, going to college, attending trade school, or exploring other available options. I believe we engaged in meaningful dialogue and built relationships between our cities. However, there is still work to be done. If this plan is approved by the board, I urge the board not to repeat past mistakes by selling district assets and absorbing that money into the greater district. Funds freed up by one facility should be reallocated to building out additional phases needed to complete this specialty school in Rancho Cordova. I believe that is the only fair route to help reimburse the taxpayers of SFID 3. I want to reiterate that the equity between Folsom and Rancho with Measure M really started by the district pulling out money to build their own facility for the district office during a recession, and is now retroactively asking the communities to make it up to one another. And that's frankly just not fair. Additionally, the cost of the proposed comprehensive high school to be built in FCUSD South should be scrutinized. The current costs are financially prohibitive, and it's hard to believe that there are no other options beyond the most amazing high school, the value-added high school, which is the same, but it's smaller with more kids, and portables, which would be less expensive initially, but the most expensive in the long run. The current design to build model the district uses seems to incentivize plans to be more expensive than other schools being built in our state. I urge the board to review different options, including adopting a bidding process, negotiating land prices, and consulting with other districts in our state on how to cut costs while still delivering durable facilities that our communities can afford and desperately need. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you. Okay. Yep. Elena?
Good evening. I will echo some things and share some other things. I agree that we want to be excited about the programming for our high school students in a new facility or several new facilities, and not to be so excited about the architectural design in and of itself. I believe that the board will be sensitive to the community's concern about the exorbitant price tag for architecture and building at the most recent facilities and be dramatically more cost effective moving forward. Also, as to the citywide versus district-wide bond, I recall there was some discussion in the committee about making sure that there was the footwork, that polling work done to ensure that whatever is decided to do, whether that be citywide or district-wide, that it's actually going to pass, because there are significant needs on both sides of different types. And last little thing, I recall plaques were also requested at the district building. So I don't know if we can revisit that if the board is open to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for public comment. So we will take a motion now.
I move.
Mr. Reed?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lofthouse.
Mr. Mellinger?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Okay. We will move on to item C, approve revised board meeting calendar for 24-25.
This item was mentioned by Mr. Hui at the last meeting, that our December organizational meeting, due to the election year, needs to be held one day, shall be held on a day with a 15-day period that commences with the second Friday in December, following the regular election. So with that being said, we have to move that date of December 12th to the following week. And I think the date that was informally discussed was December 17th. So the one change you see on the board calendar is changing that second December meeting so it falls after and within the time frame required on an election year.
Any questions, comments? Public comment, online, none? Okay, a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mr. Clark. A second by Mr. Mellinger.
Mr. Mellinger?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Moving on to item D, approve certificated assignments under variable term waiver for the 24-25 school year.
Yes, this routinely comes to the board for approving a waiver for when fully credentialed certificated teachers are not available in particular subject areas. And in this case, we have 3 teachers, CTE teachers, working for us with a waiver of completion that they have agreed to this assignment. So this waiver for the variable term allows us to continue that for the 24-25 year.
Questions or comments? Public comment? None? Motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mr. Clark,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Mellinger?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item E, approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 24-25 school year.
This is also a routine item that comes before the board when we're looking at the need for fully qualified educators, and on the checklist that follows this rationale, the areas of need potentially are for special ed teachers, clad credentialed teachers and teachers of driver's education. So this just prepares us in the event that we need to be looking for those areas of need for next year.
Questions? Public comment? And then motion?
I'll motion.
Motion by Ms. Lofthouse,
Second.
second by Mr. Clark.
Mr. Melijar,
Aye.
Mr. Merrill,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Moving on to item 14, information items. Letter A, Operation Graduation.
Madam Vice President, if I may, it looks like I need to move that we extend the meeting past 10:30. I'm thinking,
Yeah,
and we do have closed session. Extending it until 11:30, just to give us some grace on the time.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Clark,
A second.
second by Mr. Reed.
Mr. Melijar.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to information. Letter A, Operation Graduation.
Yes, these are informational items, so they're prepared for the board as an executive summary. So unless there's any specific questions, I do want to call out for Operation Graduation. We did have the last page of that report with an inaccurate point of data that I do want to call out because it was Cordova High School's class of 24 one-year graduation rate. So the corrected percentage there should be 90% versus 84%. You do have a corrected sheet, and I believe Rochelle can bring that up as well, and it'll be included in the minutes.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope, no public comment. Okay, we'll move on then to item B, update on patriotic exercises.
And again, this was a board request from the previous meeting about what our protocols are and patriotic exercises, Pledge of Allegiance, and other patriotic exercises. Our board or our administrative regulation speaks to this in our ceremonies and observances, AR 6115, and it addresses what we do at elementary, secondary schools and classrooms. I think when we did polling of our principals and just asking for their typical protocols in classrooms, we found that, you know, even though there's flexibility, we probably need to establish more consistency. So Dr. Huber will be having that dialogue with our folks starting beginning of the next year.
Any questions or comments? Public comment? Nothing online. Okay, fantastic. And we move on to item 15, the superintendent report.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I always like to start by celebrating our students and those that came forward tonight. I congratulate again our student athletes and their commitment to spring season of sports, and some of those athletes that were honored tonight were athletes throughout the year and students throughout the year. So again, congratulations, and Van, congratulations to you for a great swim season. And so very excited about that. Very excited about our students who shared their testimonials and their experiences in Earth Mama Healing and Improve Your Tomorrow. Appreciate the work that Rolanda Wilkins and Michael Casper are doing in those programs and continuing to build the strength, the confidence, the inclusion, and that role model whole structure for our students of color in our middle schools and high schools in Rancho Cordova. And we'll look into expanding that in the future as well. And then I also want to recognize the fact that, you know, as a growing district, we know that we have students that come to us from many different backgrounds and represent many different languages and cultures and experiences. And every one of our students in our district has a right to a high quality education and also learning in a safe and welcoming environment. And tonight we heard from concerned families and community members, and we want to thank those folks coming forward. We appreciate the time that they took to share their concerns. We welcome open two-way dialogue and engagement with our community members. And we are committed to learning environments where students can realize their potential and grow, but also feel safe and welcomed, as we heard tonight from students from IYT and Earth Mama Healing. So with that, we'll continue that dialogue so we can live what those commitments are in our everyday actions in our district. So thank you.
Okay, we will move now on to item 16, board member committee reports. We'll start with Mr. Millajor.
Thank you. First of all, once again, congratulations to Van. I was unaware that he had won an award for spring sports, so kudos to you. Once again, congratulations to the class of 2024. We did it, so I am officially unemployed for a couple months, but I'm really excited to start my next steps. For all the seniors out there, for the incoming seniors, good luck with college application season, and to the recently graduated class, good luck on your next chapter of life. This will be my last board meeting that I will be attending. I will not be present at the June 20th meeting, unfortunately. But I just want to take a moment and kind of reflect on my work as a student board member, and I would just want to thank this district, this governance team, for being supportive of the students. You know, board member Ria Srivastava, she really got me into this position, and I really wouldn't trade it for anything. I've gained so much valuable insight in public speaking, civic engagement, and honestly, these are some of the skills that I will take to heart and take in my future. These are very, very valuable skills. Thank you to the team of Ms. Wilkins, Mr. Casper, Dr. Pease, Dr. Huber for bringing the presentation about Earth Mama Healing and Improve Your Tomorrow. I got to learn a lot more about these helpful programs and how impactful they are to students and groups in this district. I agree that we should probably expand this to the Folsom side as well to really maximize the reach and impact that it has across its student body. And lastly, I want to thank the students, community members, parents who showed up and voiced their concerns about the situation at Vista del Lago. I have been in touch with Habiba, and she could not be physically here today, but she does express her gratitude for having a community and a board who's willing to listen to these concerns. So hopefully we can resolve that and kind of have two-way dialogue and improve student ability to advocate for themselves. But I just want to say once again, thank you to the FCUSD team. It's been a great 12 years in this district. Thank you to this board once again for being supportive, and yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. This is my last board meeting of this school year. I have about 20 more next year, which I'm very thankful for. I'm glad to be on this governance team. It has provided me, like what Matthew said, public speaking skills. At the beginning of the year, I was very scared. You know, I was up here in front of all these people. My heart was pounding. I mean, it still pounds a little bit, but it was a lot more. And I throughout these years, I've learned to overcome a stutter I have. I mean, I still kind of do it sometimes, but I feel a lot more comfortable speaking in front of people, and that translates to in the classroom as well when I'm presenting something with either in a group or individually. And this is a skill that I'm going to take to college and utilize in my career when I grow, whatever that will be. I still don't know. I'd like to congratulate and thank all the students that came out today to voice their opinion. It is very, I mean, I say this every board meeting, it's very difficult to go up there, but it's summer right now. They're taking time out of their day, out of their summer to come to a boring old school board meeting to talk about an issue that they see is affecting their community and that they need to voice their opinion on. And I just want to give a shout out to them like I normally do. I also want to talk about the what most of the students were here today by first referencing the mission statement actually, and how Habiba's article actually does follow with the a mission statement a lot. It demonstrates high levels of learning for Habiba and culturally responsive instruction to the students that are reading this article in their yearbook. And it also shows high levels of learning and culturally responsive instruction to herself as well. Because in order to publish this article in the yearbook, she had to, fact check, research, and cross-reference sources that world leaders use in, like to cite their sources, the UN. She cited the UN, that's what I'm trying to say. I think our district needs to take a strong stance against outside organizations like kind of attacking these students. If I was a student and I see this like Twitter account using my name and kind of garnering support against me to attack me, I would feel isolated. And I think our district needs to either maybe make some sort of like guideline or procedure on what to do if this happens again. And in the world where social media and the online world is growing, I think this is just going to be an issue that occurs more and more, like online attacks from outside sources, not like in between students. So I think maybe looking next year at like creating or drafting a procedure that will, kind of guide high schools and middle schools to, support the student, have the student at the center instead of other people's opinions and like trying to pander to them, I stand in full support of Habiba and the students who come up here and have the courage to speak out against this apartheid state. And I just want to end my board comments with Free Palestine. Thank you.
Ms. Loftus?
I wanted to start off by saying Happy Pride Month. We're a week into the month, but we haven't met. So congratulations to all 3,994 athletes from FCUSD. Many that we've gotten to have in the board room throughout the year. Takes a lot of time and dedication to compete in athletics along with maintaining academic success. I also wanted to thank and advocate for all students to have and use their voice. As like one speaker stated, they are the leaders, not of just tomorrow, but today. I would also like to share my concerns and ask our community to be cognizant and protect our students irregardless of sharing the same or differing opinions of these or any students. They are children, and when it comes to sharing minors' names and whereabouts, we are not protecting the safety of all of our students. The internet can be a powerful and dangerous tool if not used appropriately, and we need to do better. So just in reference, I really hope that our community takes the safety of our students, irregardless of opinion, very seriously. Matthew, we will miss you terribly. Your voice and your eloquence on the board has been something that we will very much miss. And just like Rhea, I will continue to check up on you next year, so you don't get to get rid of us. And Van, I look very much forward to working with you again next year. Mr. Clark.
Board member, it's the last time I could say this, Matt. It's late, I'm tired. Congratulations and thank you for your service, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I mean, you have been a voice for our SAB. You've been a voice on this governance team, and I'm excited to see what you'll do next. And like Board Member Lofthouse said, we'll have our eye on you, but you keep in touch with us. And Board Member Merrill, we'll see you next year. All right. Other than that, I got nothing.
Mr. Reed?
Yeah, this week I was one of two board members representing the board at a meeting with the Jewish community. There was probably at least 20 to 25 individuals from the community that were present, students and parents. the community wanted to express their concern about what they perceive as an anti-Semitic culture within the district. And they were very concerned about it. Some of the points that they raised, their wording, not mine, that Jewish students feel intimidated on our campuses. They fear for our physical and mental welfare. One parent said, "My daughter does not feel safe sharing her Jewish heritage." Another parent said, "Students don't feel safe anymore." So it was about a 2-hour meeting up at Vista del Lago. So I understand staff is going to look into those issues and I guess report back at a future board meeting. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Matt for all your service. We'll miss you and very excited about your future. It's going to be an exciting fall for you, and congratulations on graduation. And Mr. Merrill, enjoy your summer. Look forward to working with you again next year. I really don't have much of a report, just great attending all the graduations. It's the best part of the job. So being able to be at those is pretty amazing, and really appreciate all the staff's efforts in putting those celebrations together. It takes a lot of work, and appreciate everyone who is involved in that. So with that, we will move on to advanced planning. There is the calendar there for you. Do we have anybody who wants to add anything to a future agenda item?
Yes, explore the possibilities of extending IYT and Earth Mama Healing into Folsom High for starts.
I agree, but I'd like it to be at Folsom High, Vista, Cordova, or Sutter Middle, and Folsom Middle as well.
That's what I mean for starts. Just Folsom, and then we can navigate our way into the other schools.
Well, if we can potentially do it at all 4 at the same time, I would prefer that. But if we don't have funding for all 4, and we have to start just at Folsom High, then that's fine.
I have one thing, and you guys may agree, may not agree, but I did get an email from a parent earlier this week that you guys all received too. And when I was reading through it, he did bring up kind of a good observation. We have our board meetings on Thursdays. The majority of school activities for parents and students happen on Thursdays, which causes families to have to sometimes pick whether they're going to come to a board meeting or go to a school activity. Same thing with students. Sometimes we don't have students that are maybe being recognized here because we have another school activity happening at the same time. So maybe for consideration, obviously for not this year, but maybe to put on before we do consent for next year's, the following year, of maybe moving our board meetings to like a Wednesday night to open up those Thursday nights, which would then allow us to be able to attend some of those activities as well. So just a thought, like I said, we want parents and students to be able to attend board meetings when they can, but when we have them on the same nights, and with the short day now for everybody being on Thursdays, I'm sure that we'll probably even get more items that are going to be there, but most back to school nights and open houses and things like that are on Thursday nights, which does preclude us from attending those events. So I don't have a feeling necessarily one way or another about it, but just wanted to kind of throw that out there to see kind of what everyone else's thoughts were on that. Or if everyone loves Thursday.
I think that's a big question for 10:45.
It was in the email from this week, guys. So I don't know if that's something that you guys have an interest in to maybe pursue, for, we could talk about it next year before we set the schedule for the following year, but yes, no. I'm totally good if you guys are good with Thursdays. Like I said, it just was something that came up from the public as far as being kind of torn in two different directions. So
I typically don't work on Fridays, so Thursdays work perfect for me, especially when they're going until 11 o'clock at night. I struggle with the thought of having it earlier in the week if we're going to continue having to extend the meetings. So I think if we made like this hard line of no, we won't extend meetings, they go on to the next one, or we get through it, I would consider earlier in the week as 11 o'clock night and then up early for the next day of work for 2 or 3 more days is harder than one. So.
Yeah, I agree. And on Thursdays is my busiest work day at my regular job. I mean, my hours start at 7:30. And I mean, you know, it's coming up on 11 now, so.
Like I said, just observation from the public, so we can, you know, if there's not consensus for that, I'm totally fine with not moving them, so. Okay. Okay, so with that being said, we will recess to close session. Superintendent, any report out of closed session?
No action to report out of closed session.
Okay, then with no, by unanimous consent, we will adjourn.